Good morning. We're going to call our meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Nags Head Board of Commissioners. It's 9 o'clock and it's November 7th. I'd like to welcome everybody here this morning. If you'll join me in a moment of silent meditation. Amen. You'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item this morning is the adoption of the agenda.
Move to adopt as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. This is the time that we set aside for audience response, time for the public to come before the board. If you'll give us your name and your address, we'll be delighted to hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Robin Mann, and I'm here on behalf of the Outer Banks Chamber of Commerce. I'm their past chair, and I would like to introduce to the town of Nags Head our new president, Karen Brown.
Good morning. I just wanted to come in and introduce myself to you all. I'm really so happy to be here at the Outer Banks and be part of the community. And as a chamber president, certainly looking forward to working with all of you and our business community, the other communities in Dare County and the county as a whole to help improve that business presence and be a great community for everybody. So, and I have a business card I was just going to drop off for each one of you if that's okay.
Karen, thank you. We wish you well, and again, hope you have as long a tenure as Mr. Bone did.
Good morning. I'm Ralph Buxton, resident of town Nags Head, 448 Villa Dunes Drive. And I'm here this morning as the chairman of the Logistics Committee for a seafood festival we just had. And wanted to give particular thanks to the town, to the commission for their support in making it a very successful seafood festival. And in particular, want to thank your Public Works Department. And I know Ralph's getting his 30-year award today, and I'll tell you what, they really, really worked hard to get that site ready. I wish we had some before and after pictures. It's hard to describe, but there was a tremendous effort. We literally ran out of mulch in Dare County, had to have it trucked in, and that's the lengths to which we went to get the site ready. Also, terrific effort by Elizabeth T. planning staff and getting the ordinance in place. Kevin Zork and Chief Zork, Chief Brinkley for controlling public safety there. And I'll tell you what, I think Chief Brinkley deserves some kind of a bravery award for standing out in the middle of the bypass during that event. It's pretty incredible. None of us expected, the attendance we had. It was twice as many people as we had really planned for, but obviously there's a great public response, and we've learned a lot, and we're going to do even better next year. So thank you. I want to give a particular thanks, though, to Cliff Ogburn as chairman of the Logistics Committee. He was a pleasure to work with, and really made it possible, really facilitated the process. So thank you again. Thank you for all who participated. Susie was on the committee also, of course. I know Renee was there serving food, and that was a very important process. Thankfully, even though there were long lines, when people got the food, they enjoyed it. So thank you again, and looking forward to even more successful seafood festival next year.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Drew Ferentz, and I live at 10339 South Colony South Drive in South Nags Head. November is Lung Cancer Awareness Day, and I know that last year John Ratzenberger spoke to you about lung cancer awareness. John and Annette were planning to be here today, but unfortunately, they had to leave quickly on Sunday to drive to Kansas. I've given you some pins and a brochure and a little card about lung cancer, a little fact card. The brochure is about longevity, which provides support, education, and advocacy resources. I'm going to read to you something that John wrote to me and asked that I share with you today because he could not be here. The pretty young girl with blue hair on the brochure, she's on the far right. That's John and Annette Ratzenberger's daughter-in-law, Sarah. I should say 33-year-old, healthy, non-smoking daughter-in-law who was diagnosed about 28 months ago with stage 4 lung cancer. Lung cancer is the #1 cancer killer in the U.S., claiming approximately 160,000 persons each year. It kills twice as many women as breast cancer and 3 times as many men as prostate cancer. The 5-year survival rate is under 15%. It's a very shocking number. 50% of those who survive do not make it past 11 months. Sarah and her husband, John, have been fortunate to have 28 months, and they have used that to the fullest to raise awareness for lung cancer. I'm going to leave some brochures on the back table back there. I hope someone will pick it up and choose to make a contribution today. Thank you. And do pray for John and Annette, please, and their family.
Thank you, Drew. Sir?
Sorry about the phone. Yeah, I'm Louis Toth from the village. I want to give you some good news on the ditches, which I brought up last time. This letter was sent to all the homeowners. It's from Meade Gwynn, the president of our Property Owners Association. He says that the board is aware that there are some serious standing rainwater issues in the village, and the board is working to clean out the ditches in Bay Meadow that they're responsible for, and also working the golf course to get the clogged portion opened. And I want to thank, he says we're going to complete the project this winter. I want to thank Cliff here, because I know he worked the golf course too. And so both of them are going to get done. And then I spoke yesterday to Ben at the golf course, and this is something, Renee, which you had brought up, mentioned, about the idea of the town taking responsibility for the maintenance of the ditches. In particular, there's one that goes from Seven Sisters down to the Sound, and that's over a mile long. And there's the town that's got part of the maintenance, the homeowners association, and the golf course. And it's all very confusing because there's KEMA and Army Corps of Engineers. So on Saturday, I'm going to bring out this idea up to the homeowners to see if they would be interested. Ben said that they would be receptive if the conditions were right on that. So I want to thank you very much, and I want to thank Cliff.
Thank you, Mr. Toth. Schmidt?
My name is Jean Schmidt, and I live in the village of Nags Head, 124 Marsh Cove Drive. We have a single-family home in the PUD development. It's a private residence. I noticed the person here that was talking about the seafood festival. While that was going on, a wedding was being planned on the first tee of the golf course. and it played from 5 in the afternoon until after 11 o'clock at night. It sounded like it was in my backyard, maybe on my deck. It was over the decibels. I called our police chief on Monday morning, and he said, "Why didn't you call the police?" I said, "Well, it was an emergency when I called. It was a nuisance. So we do not have a decibel reading of that. But I can tell you, my husband and I spent many days at the festival over in Manio, and we never heard noise like there was that day. I thought it was perhaps another house on our street that was having one big last blast of a party before they left. It wasn't. It was the wedding to have all weddings in Nags Head. There were 550 people with a 3-ring circus tent up on the first tee, which is the highest elevation of the golf course. And the winds were coming out of the north, northwest, and coming right across to our house. I could hear people talking under the tent like they were on my deck. And this continued for 5 hours. I think you as the commissioners should look into this to make sure that the golf course never has another one of these weddings. Let it be the first and the last wedding on that golf course. We have noise on the golf course early in the morning with the working men at 5 and 6 o'clock. I expect that. I live on the golf course, but I don't expect to have a wedding at the first tee. That is not what the golf course is about. And I hope you will take some steps to make sure this does not happen again and start to be an occurrence that happens every year. After 18 years, we have never had this happen before. It's the first time. I'd like it to be the last time we ever have to deal with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt.
Good morning. I'm Marvin Demers, 8819 South Old Oregon Inlet Road, Mayor and Commissioners. I just wanted to, first of all, say our hearts go out to the Ratzenberger family. They're a great community family, and they've put up with a lot, and they're working through their health issues, and we think of them all the time. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about the storm and what it means looking to the future at this point in time. As I mentioned earlier to some of your department heads, it's amazing to me as a private citizen to watch how the town staff pulls together, reorganizes itself, and goes out and does the job of assessing the damage and cleaning up the damage after a storm. Now, in Nags Head, thanks to what you folks have done in the past, we had very little damage compared to what we've had in previous storms, and we are so grateful for that. Our hearts go out to our neighboring communities, which did not fare so well. And that's what I'm about to address in terms of moving forward. You as a group have set a tone of leadership and forward thinking that stands alone on the Outer Banks in regards to many events such as the festival and support to Jeanette's Pier in terms of getting that up and operational and many other things. You have a great deal of credibility in the Outer Banks community. And although we've asked you to do so much in the past and you've come through for us, I think it's time now for us to look to you to step forward again in a leadership role for the Outer Banks and promote a holistic approach to shoreline management, and in particular, perhaps beach nourishment or some other type of prevention measures up and down the entire Outer Banks shoreline so that it will help protect all of us even more. Nags Head, of course, would benefit from the northern communities having better protection because that helps protect us. But it certainly would provide much greater protection for them. And I think that as these neighboring towns some of whom have gone publicly forth and said, we're looking to the Nags Head project to see how this really works. It's an opportune time to band together as an entire community, not just Dare County, and promote then better protection for the entire Outer Banks and all the other related benefits to our economy that would accrue from that. So once again, hate to do it, but ask for your continued leadership in this area and let us know how we can help. We'll do anything we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else for public comment this morning? Anyone at all? Seeing none, we're going to close our public comments part. Our next item is recognition of employees. Chief Brinkley.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. It's my privilege to come before you today to recognize one of our police officers for 5 years of service to the town of Nags Head. Police Officer First Class Justin Kupfer is a graduate of Manio High School, attended Pitt County Community College in Greenville, and also College of the Albemarle in Elizabeth City, where he obtained his basic law enforcement training certification. He began his law enforcement career in Kinston, North Carolina, where he worked for 2 years prior to joining the Nags Head Police Department in 2007. Justin is a standardized field sobriety testing instructor, as well as a drug recognition expert with the state of North Carolina. Justin and his wife, Mallory, have one son, Tripton, who is 20 months old. In his free time, Justin enjoys working out and watching, unfortunately, the Dallas Cowboys. Justin is truly an asset to our team, and we hope to have many more years of dedicated service with him. Congratulations.
Justin, let me read this certificate of recognition for you. The certificate of recognition is presented to Justin Kupfer upon the occasion of his 5-year anniversary. Justin began employment with the town of Nags Head on September 11th, 2007. This certificate is awarded as a statement of his loyal and dedicated service over the past 5 years. Justin's devotion to duties as a police officer has had a lasting and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens, for which he deserves this recognition. The town of Nags Head extends its best wishes to Justin for continued success and many more productive years with the town. Congratulations, sir. 5 years is just a good start. Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Well, I think my presentation was just made. What do you say about a guy like Ralph Burrell? And you got a room full of people here that are here to celebrate and honor Ralph and his 30 years of service to the town of Nags Head. Here we have his wife, Sandy, who is a storm in her own right. I want to thank Sandy for her, we owe her a lot of thanks. She's put up with a lot over the years, and I understand when the last storm came along and Ralph got up early to come to work to check on things, she said, you know, you don't have to do this anymore. And thankfully, though, he's going to keep doing it. She's extremely patient. She has shared Ralph with us. Probably we've had more of Ralph's time than she has, and she's had to sacrifice a lot. Ralph's over here dealing with the storms, and she's at home trying to take care of the house and the family. I know it's been tough, and thank you very much for what you do. I'll call Ralph, and this Sandy knows that any hour of the day, and she's answered sometimes, and I think, oh gosh. And yeah, she's very nice, very nice. Thank you. And also, son Danny's here, daughter Jennifer, and her children Gabe and Sadie. And Sadie's been trying mighty hard to make some public comment about how much she loves her pop. But those two kids, all four of them really, but Ralph's got this infectious smile, and he has the ability to look on the lighter side, and which I admire about Ralph, but when he looks at those two kids, you can just tell his face lights up bigger than any proud grandfather there is. Friends Valerie Livin, Joel and Kathy Huddleston, and I think Thurman popped in here somewhere. Yeah. So thank you all for being here, for supporting Ralph. October 11th, 1982 was when Ralph started. The week of his 30th, there were two other milestones. I think, I won't say which, but his daughter had a milestone, I think. And Ralph also celebrated his 35th wedding anniversary that same week. So that was a heck of a week for Ralph. He started as a street laborer in October, and he almost caught a break in March the following year when an equipment operator went out sick. So Ralph was given that opportunity, and on the personnel evaluation form, it said, if this person doesn't come back, we'll let Ralph keep the job. So I don't know what was going on with that claim there, but the person did come back. But Ralph became, he's worked his way up. One thing when he started, I won't tell you what his salary was, but it was in the 4 digits in 1982. Salary grade 3, position 2.5. I don't know what the 2.5 meant. And I've known Ralph longer than he's known me, because when I worked for Parks and Recreation, Ralph was very involved. And about 20 years ago, I could hear Ralph before I saw Ralph, because he was quite a passionate coach, especially when he came from Wine Cheese with his team over to the beach to play. Those were some heated rivalries and games back then. But Ralph's done a tremendous amount for this town. He's been street supervisor, facility maintenance supervisor when the two departments were combined, and then in '04 he became the deputy director of public works. We celebrated Mark Cross, his 30 years last month, and we said, Mark knows where all the water lines are buried. I think Ralph knows where everything else is buried, including the bodies, probably. I just, in my 4 or 5 years here now at the town, Ralph has been a tremendous asset to me. He's been extremely supportive. He's helped me in many ways. He really does keep this town going and keep it together, and he's pleasant to work with. I have confidence in his abilities. I'm very thankful that he's going to continue to keep going. What a tremendous asset and a great guy. And any accolade I get for Seafood Festival or Stormwater, it's because of something Ralph's done. It's because of the decisions he makes and the job that he does. His knowledge is something that is irreplaceable, and I think I'm just excited we're going for 31. And so, Ralph, thank you very much. Thank you.
Come front and center for us. I'm going to read this nice framed certificate of appreciation. It's presented to Ralph Burrill upon the occasion of his 30-year anniversary. On October 11th, 1982, Ralph began employment with the town of Nags Head. This certificate is awarded to recognize the loyal and dedicated service that Ralph has provided to the town over the past 30 years. His interest in doing a good job during his tenure in the Public Works Department has had a positive and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens and visitors. Ralph has earned the admiration, affection, and high regard of his fellow employees, who are proud to call him friend. The Town of Nags Head Board of Commissioners recognizes Ralph's contributions over the past 30 years and expresses its sincere appreciation for his dedication to a job well done. Best wishes are extended to Ralph for his continued success and many more productive years with the town. Thank you, sir. We're going to take a brief recess, so.
Okay, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, Swan.
I know we have a long meeting today. I'll be very brief.
Keep to 3 minutes.
I know we'll be up here a lot.
Each time you said that.
I just want to thank this board and past boards and managers and Cliff for his kind words. for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Nags Head. It's been, it's really been a pleasure, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. And I'd just like to thank everybody. I'd like to thank my family and friends for coming out today and my support. Thank you.
We are going to take a brief recess. We're going to come back into session. All our congratulations go out to Ralph, but we do expect him to show up for work tomorrow. Our next item is the consent agenda.
Move to adopt as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is public hearing. This is a public hearing to consider adoption of a zoning ordinance text amendment request submitted by Darnell Tillett. Mr. Lighty?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we will begin the public hearing to consider a zoning ordinance text amendment to Town Code Section 48-167, Part 3, which governs required parking by use for go-kart tracks. We'll begin with the presentation of the staff's analysis by Kelly Wyatt.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. The applicant, Darnell Tillett, is seeking an amendment to reduce the parking standard for go-kart tracks. He would like to reduce the overall required parking. While text amendments are not site-specific, it's important to note that the request that's being made today is being made as part of a long-range plan to possibly add amusement rides to the Full Throttle Raceway site. Currently, the town code states that 2 parking spaces are required per each go-kart rental unit and that 1 parking space must be provided for each employee. The applicant originally requested a reduction of 1 parking space per go-kart rental unit and 1 parking space for every 2 employees. However, after review and discussion, the Planning Board recommended revisions to the text amendment which would actually reduce the parking standard beyond the original request. The Planning Board recommended language which states 1 parking space per 2 go-kart rental units and 1 parking space for each 2 employees. The revisions are made as a result of finding that the current standard does not represent what actually occurs on site in terms of patrons using the facility. For instance, 1 car would generate the rental of 2 or more go-kart units. The existing parking facilities are not currently overburdened. Such a reduction is practical given an emphasis on stormwater management and the reduction in impervious surfaces. Staff would note that there are currently only 2 go-kart tracks within the town, and both are operated by the applicant, Mr. Darnell Tillett. Mr. Tillett is in favor of the revised text amendment as recommended by the Planning Board. Planning staff submits that the request is suitable and would support the requested reductions, recommending adoption of the Planning Board revised text amendment as it's been presented. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Ms. Wyatt? Yes, ma'am.
Kelly, how many car parking spaces are there?
In total on the site, I'm unsure of the exact number. I do know that there is a portion of the parking area that's not striped, but does meet the requirements and could be striped to add additional parking if necessary. Mr. Tillett can respond, but he says that he would have over 100 spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board for Ms. Wyatt? All right. Thank you, Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you.
At this time, Mr. Tillett, do you have any presentation you wish to make in support of this application?
I really don't have anything to add, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Mr.
Kelly
Tillett?
does a good job.
Yes, ma'am.
Darnell, how many go-karts do you have now?
We have 30, what we got, 20, we have 30,
Okay.
yes. 10 on one track, 20 on the other, yes.
And the employees, and I know some of them ride bikes to work, but how many employees do you have just say at your busiest
At our
time?
busiest time, I do 2 on one track, 2 on the other, 1 float, so that's 5, and a ticket seller, so that's 6.
Okay.
And like you're saying, you know, we hire a certain amount of the foreign students,
Right.
and they don't have cars. And
No.
yeah, there's some days you pull up there, and if the way scheduling went, it's all them. You don't even know we're open, because if you have no customers and no cars, you go, y'all are even open. So
Right.
that's not an issue at all.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Mr. Tillett? Anything further, Mr. Tillett, at this point?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Anything from the planning board? Any member of the public wish to comment on this proposed text amendment? If not, does the board wish to receive any further information about this proposed text amendment before it begins its deliberations? All right, we will now conclude the public hearing on this matter, and the board may begin its deliberations on this proposed text amendment.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to adopt as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I'll say I want to applaud the planning board and the staff for recognizing that there was too much parking there. It's probably something we will find in other cases as well. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is a public hearing to consider adoption of a zoning ordinance text amendment to amend Town Code Section 48-286.
All right, we will now begin the public hearing to consider this proposed zoning ordinance text amendment, which would allow directional signage to public destinations as approved by the town manager. And we will begin with the presentation of the staff's analysis by Planning Director Elizabeth Teague.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Leidy. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I'm bringing forward to you today a recommendation from your planning board as well as your staff to allow us an exemption under our sign ordinance for recreational signage to directional signage to recreational destinations. This would allow us to put some low-level signage at key turns along the US 158 corridor in particular to direct visitors as well as local citizens to town parks and the kayak launch, for example, on the causeway, and possibly some other places where we've gotten some feedback that people have difficulty finding. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Teague?
Is this all public recreational areas?
Correct. Correct.
Any other questions?
And I will add that this would be fulfilling one of the recommendations of your adopted Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
I do have one
Yes, ma'am.
question, and Elizabeth, you may be able to answer it, but I noticed that the town attorney's comment was to say, and all directional signage exempted by the section. Did you two discuss why he thinks that may be needed?
I'm going to let Mr. Leidy answer that question regarding his comment.
Yeah, my main reason for that was the language here requires that the town manager review and approve all messages and directional signage, and I felt like this particular exemption should be limited to what is exempted by, and that's why I included that additional language, all directional signage exempted by this section, as opposed to the manager having to approve every bit of directional signage everywhere. Didn't want there to be any ambiguity about that. That was the
That's good.
only concern with that. Other questions? Mayor?
Are there size limitations involved there? Would we abide by other
We've
size
not
limitations?
placed any limitation on this, but again, similar to our beach road signage, and we're not foreseeing anything quite that big, we're trying to create a town aesthetic and be in character with Old Nags Head and sort of that signage aesthetic that we've created in our entry signs and along the beach road. So what I would envision is something low scale, small, and of that same kind of artistic template, kind of the rough hewn wood with the town seal and just a listing of the park with some arrows. something along those lines. But we didn't want to necessarily put any limitations on it. We certainly can consider those if you'd like to put some additional restrictions. That's entirely your call.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I just want to say, actually, I think that's a good plan. I like the aesthetic value of that type of sign to start off with. No, that's it. That's all. I just want to make that statement. Move to adopt as presented.
We haven't completed the public hearing yet. There may or may not be someone who wishes to comment on this.
There was a pause there. I thought I'd take advantage of it.
You took advantage of the pause, John.
I'll try to fill the pause. At this time, any member of the public who wishes to comment on this proposed text amendment may do so. If you'll just approach the podium. If not, does the board wish to receive any further information about this proposed text amendment? At this time, we'll conclude the public hearing on this matter, and the board may begin its deliberations.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Move to adopt.
We have a motion on the floor. Did your motion include the attorney's
Whatever he said.
recommendation?
Yeah.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. The motion passes unanimously. Next item is G1. Ms. Teague, reports and recommendations from the Planning Board.
Great. Thank you again. We have received word from DOT, as I mentioned last month, that we did not get the pedestrian planning grant from DOT. However, we did get some very positive feedback from DOT staff, and they highly encouraged the town to apply again. So we have put together a resolution for your consideration. This would allow us to put forward another application for the next fiscal year. It would require a match of $6,000 to maximize the grant, and that would be something that we'd have to allocate in the next fiscal year. However, the application deadline is coming up, and so we wanted to bring this to you for your consideration today. I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Questions from Ms. Teague?
Elizabeth, did we not allocate in this year's budget the $6,000 for the?
We did. It was a similar process. We came to you the fiscal year before asking to apply to this grant. We didn't find out about the application until, unfortunately, the fiscal year had started. Therefore, there is $6,000 allocated in planning funds towards pedestrian planning. And in fact, I'd like to ask your permission or your guidance in possibly reallocating those planning funds towards some other initiatives we've been talking about. And my thought was twofold. Excuse me. One was the boardwalk, the Soundside Boardwalk. There had been a lot of talk about creating a boardwalk on the Sound Side from the Causeway, Sugar Creek, around the bend, towards the Outer Banks event site. And we had a meeting with some key property owners, some of the major landowners, and we'd like to bring in the Coastal Area Land Trust to work with alignments on each of the needs of each of those property owners, and to see if we could work out some easements and possibly some tax benefits for those property owners to actually create a corridor for that Soundside Boardwalk. The second thought I had related to Gallery Row. We've had a lot of successful feedback, positive feedback from Gallery Row property owners and from the general public and from the Arts Council in just trying to generate more pedestrian activity in that neighborhood that would help support the galleries that we have there. What I'd like to propose is maybe allocating some of that $6,000 towards a arts gallery trail and some sort of in the public right-of-way treatments that we could use to kind of visually step up the energy there around Gallery Row, and to continue to work with some of the property owners on some initiatives in that area. And my thought is, if you're willing to take that $6,000 and reallocate it, we can move forward on those two issues. And then next fiscal year, I would still need to ask you for another $6,000 to do a larger pedestrian planning grant, which would help tie all of these different issues together, and also create a master plan The importance of a master plan, particularly where it comes to DOT right-of-way, is this: once you have an adopted master plan, then DOT has to respect it in all their road maintenance and roadway activities. And this would allow us to really more effectively work with DOT to improve some of the crosswalks that we have, to help us build out our sidewalk system, and also with our Safe Routes to School initiative. I think it might help us pull in some more resources towards that initiative when we include it as part of the plan. So we have two particular initiatives that we'd like your consideration for, but we also would like to get your guidance in terms of looking forward for next year to help us continue to work on pedestrian issues.
Good. What I think I personally would prefer is to keep the money kind of clean and move this money forward to next year's, and sign the resolution that we support going forth this again. And Elizabeth, while I support personally both the art and the boardwalk, I would like to see you bring to the board your cost evaluation of both of the beginnings of those projects so that we can fund those and make it a clear trail. In other words, we see what we're getting for what it's going to cost to start this process, and we could certainly do that as soon as you could get it together. But I mean, that's what I would personally like to see.
No, I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I'd like to stick to today's subject and vote on that, and then with the other items, bring it forward, as well as long-term. I don't think 6,000 is going to be a drop in the bucket of what we're going to need, and I'd like to see a more complete package.
I agree.
I'm probably a little more anxious to move forward, but, you know, I mean, I support this resolution, and we can discuss the next one.
Well, let's read this resolution, I guess, because that is the first order of business here. This is a resolution in support of application for North Carolina Department of Transportation grant funds to complete a comprehensive pedestrian plan for the town of Nags Head. Whereas 2 town-wide public surveys conducted within the last 3 years identify pedestrian and bicycle connectivity and safety as a critical need, and whereas there has been an average of 11 pedestrian vehicle collisions resulting in a tragic loss of life and injuries in Nags Head over the past 5 years, and this is an accident rate the town hopes to lower, and whereas the 2010 land use plan states that the town will review and update the Nags Head Pedestrian Transportation System Plan adopted on November 6, 1996 as a high priority objective, and whereas the town's efforts to improve pedestrian safety over the past 5 years include extending the US 158 multi-use path, remarking crosswalks throughout the town to improve their visibility, and lobbying the NCDOT for engineering improvements at intersections to enhance safety for pedestrians. And whereas the 2011 Parks and Recreation Plan recommends the town continue to phase in completion of the US Highway 158 multi-use trail, maintain the Beach Road Trail, and develop a cohesive and comprehensive pedestrian plan which promotes connectivity and safety in conjunction with NCDOT. And whereas the North Carolina Department of Transportation's Bicycle and Pedestrian Grant Initiative is a matching grant program that encourages municipalities to develop comprehensive bicycle and pedestrian plans. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nags Head Board of Commissioners authorizes staff to submit a grant application to the North Carolina Department of Transportation requesting funds through the Bicycle and Pedestrian Planning Grant Initiative in the amount of $24,000 and agrees to match the grant with $6,000 in local funds in the next fiscal year if the grant is approved in order to complete a comprehensive pedestrian plan at a cost of $30,000 to improve connectivity, safety, and parks and recreation health benefits for our community. I'll make the motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion on the resolution? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. The next item was the request to reallocate the $6,000 in matching pedestrian planning funds for the grant not received towards 2 pedestrian-related planning initiatives. And I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. Tell me the relationship again between the $6,000 for that's matching that we're getting $24,000 for the NCDOT. That's for next year.
Correct.
Okay.
The resolution you just adopted will allow us to apply for a grant for the next fiscal year. Last year, we applied for this same grant, and we allocated funding in this year's budget as that match. Since we didn't get the grant, I was wondering if we could reallocate those funds towards other pedestrian-related activities, which we've been working on over the course of this year. But I understand and can bring back some more specific details and a possible budget for use of that $6,000, or we just hold on to it, and then next year use it as part of the comprehensive pedestrian plan.
Okay.
Moving
And I
forward.
kind of hear y'all saying you'd like to see a little more detail on how that would be spent. Is that-
Well, no, speaking only for myself, I've agreed to move forward, but I don't think $6,000 is going to touch what is being proposed. And before we just say, okay, here's $6,000, give me a more complete picture of what you're looking at, because if you're talking about adding any type of connectivity in the Gallery Row area, you're not looking at $6,000. And I'd just like to know more of what we're getting into so we can all agree to what we're getting into.
Well, my concept was the use of low-cost planning tools, not necessarily construction or implementation tools. In your packet, you'll see a proposal from the Coastal Land Trust to help us work on easements. They feel like they can help us, they're a nonprofit, they feel like they could help us for $2,000 to negotiate easements with all these different land owners and possibly get them some conservation tax benefits where they might qualify. So that would be one portion of that money. And that's really a planning exercise. That doesn't get you the boardwalk itself, certainly, or the engineering or design of the boardwalk, but it gets you an alignment, and it gets you easements across private property. So that was a good first step, sort of low-hanging fruit. In regards to Gallery Row, following up on a public meeting that we had, I was trying to contact key stakeholders to see what the next best steps were. We had a really positive meeting there at the community center in Gallery Row, the Dream Center. Several of you were part of that. And a list of potential work items kind of fell out of that meeting. So in talking with some of the gallery owners and with the Arts Council, one of the things that seemed to be of interest is actually a community design workshop, pulling people together to actually figure out if you were going to use our public right-of-way to enhance pedestrian space in that neighborhood, what would that look like? I've met with Ben Cahoon, the architect, and Andy Deal, the engineer, who are interested in helping us contribute some civil engineering to that process, to sort of a community design workshop. I was thinking maybe a half day to a full day kind of design process where people from the community could help draw and determine where a pedestrian trail or sidewalk system could be in Gallery Row. So my thought was it could be just planning activity that would help us move forward, and then that would give us somewhat of a framework to come forward to you in the next fiscal year and see what we might want to pursue at that time.
I have a couple of questions for Elizabeth. And this again is kind of like what I'd like to see, Elizabeth, is, you have this plan, that plan. I don't object to the board's discussion of this contract with NCC LT today, but I did notice that it's not to exceed $2,500, but then we're to reimburse them for all their expenses. That's a big question mark, too. And the other thing with Gallery Row is, do you have any idea of the beginning of this process, what it would cost? I just like to keep things clean. And speaking again of Gallery Row, do you not have any money in your budget at the beginning of this fiscal year that you could forge ahead, like Susie said,
if we keep waiting, you know, we'll be next year talking about Gallery Row. But don't you have something in your budget that you could start working on that with Ben Cahoon and doing what you just said, rather than waiting for you to get us a bigger plan and getting approval for money to be transferred over into your department?
A lot of the professional services allocated in our budget for the planning department has been allocated already to some stormwater work. And we've been working with our town manager and public works department and David Ryan on lots of that. Additionally, you'll recall that a lot of that is also going towards working on improvements to our ordinances for stormwater, fill, and parking requirements. And that's a process that we're working on right now. So what I would say is I may have some additional professional services money, but I won't know if I do probably until, I'll have to see where I am 3 to 4 months from now. So.
I don't know about those expenses in this contract. Leaving it wide open goes against my grain with contracts. But I do not have a problem with the specifics of that contract with regards to the fee that they're charging. If that's something the board wants to go forth with today, Mayor, but I personally would like to see something more precise as to what you are going to do and how much it's going to cost you just to begin these projects.
And we can certainly prepare that for you on Gallery Row. If it's at all possible to allocate some of this money towards easement acquisition of the boardwalk, that would be helpful. And if you'd like us to go back to the Coastal Area Land Trust and clarify costs for expenses, we can bring that back to you next month or at your mid-month, whatever the pleasure of the board is.
This side of the table, any comments? I've got to say that I think both of these projects are important for the future of the town, and the amount of money that we're talking about spending is not a huge amount. It's a small investment in our pedestrian future and really some potentially nice enhancements to some of these public areas. I understand what you're saying about the contract and the open-ended expenses there on direct expense reimbursement, but I think we could also say that that's not to exceed $500 and add that to our contract and protect ourselves in that regard. But I think sometimes you've got to spend a little money to get a better idea of what it's going to cost if you do the whole thing. And I think that's where we are in this process, is making that seed investment in some planning. And my fear is if we put it off, a couple of months goes by and then another couple of months goes by and it's a year or 2 years. So I'll make a motion to reallocate that $6,000 with the caveat that the contract with the North Carolina Coastal Land Trust limits the expenses to limits the direct expense reimbursement to $500. Is that? Anyway, I'll make that as a motion.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion?
If we're going to reallocate the $6,000, then that would leave possibly $3,000. Are you asking Elizabeth to use the remainder of that money to start working on Gallery Row project?
With the caveat that it not exceed the $6,000.
I think the whole thing is you don't exceed that $6,000 budget.
Just want to make sure, because I don't think that's going to go very
It's a
far.
limited investment. It's not a...
The other thing I would like to see, even if it's just an email from Elizabeth, is exactly what does that involve? So that we all are kind of on the same page. Gallery Row is in need of connectivity and more advertising, but let's all make sure that we know where it's going, so that we do have their approval.
Yes.
That
Yes.
we're not dividing an area that wants to be together. I was at that meeting. It was a very, very positive meeting, and we want to stay on the positive.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I appreciate your saying that, because I think particularly with Gallery Row, it's very important for us to work incrementally and methodically in what we're doing, because this is as much as about building community as it is about putting something in the ground. It's about creating an energy. It's about pulling in resources. Just as a side note, I've had a really positive meeting with the new executive director of the Arts Council. They are going to help us take on some of the tasks in terms of website development, possibly, the branding and the logo issue that has come up. So there's some things that other people will be doing, and with a little bit of money, I think this allows us, as the mayor said, to get a better sense moving forward of what specifically we might need. So it's like a little bit of planning seed money that allows us to sort of take our community workshop discussion and forum to the next level. And then we'll see what comes out of that, and then I'll have to come back to you and get your guidance again. And I think incrementally and methodically, we can work with the people that are in Gallery Row to create something very special. Because I think it has so much potential. It's such a special neighborhood now. So,
Other comment?
I agree. I think that great progress has been made with the open dialogue with Gallery Row. They've re-engaged. They waited 2 years to get their district signage, but it's there. I think they're happy with that. They're engaged in the process. It's our community, but they're truly invested in revitalizing that area, and I think it's important that we move forward on that. And also, likewise, with the Soundside Boardwalk, I think it's important to move forward, and we know we're not going to exceed the $6,000 expenditure at this point, and we'll have more information as we go along to help plan. So I support it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think you are spending all this time over $6,000 is really irrelevant compared to what it's, you know. I don't think there's anybody on this board that's opposed to any of this. You know, just move forward with it.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Our third item here is the appointment of the town representative to the YMCA strategic planning process.
yes. The YMCA executive director approached us about asking you to either appoint someone or maybe possibly more than one person to a committee that's going to be looking at long-range strategic planning for the YMCA.
Now, will you be on this committee as well? As our
I can
staff
be if that's your
representative?
pleasure. The town manager and I have already discussed that.
Okay. The person that came to my mind that's not one of us is Ralph Buxton, because of his involvement with the Recreation Committee and his involvement really with the start of the Y. So I'll put that name out there. Any other suggestions?
How many, I mean, is there one appointment? Is there two appointments? Is there?
My impression is it's a very open process at this point.
And I guess I would like to see Ralph serve as our public representative, and Elizabeth serve as the staff representative, if that suits the board.
I think it's important that we have a planning staff member, you know, here, because that is your area of expertise. So I think that's.
What about a board representative, liaison with the board as well, to work with Elizabeth, so that everybody doesn't get so far ahead? But it may be good to have a board member on there.
That's fine. Does anybody?
I'll take it. I'm not real happy with them to start off with, so I'll be the best one.
Or maybe not.
I think, no, I mean, I think that their ideas are good. I think they're coming to us again for some allocations. We'll see.
It looks like.
I think we need a representative from the board on, and I don't disagree with Ralph, with your suggestion that Ralph would do well, but we need to watch our pocketbook too.
You betcha.
And saying that, Doug, I was going to offer to be on this committee, but I'm going to watch him watch our pocketbook. That was the only reason I was going to be on there, is to watch the purse.
Again, I don't disagree with spending our money. I just want to know what it's being spent for. I want to get the best deal possible. So you watch the pocketbook, Doug. You're on.
Unless somebody else wants it.
No.
I was just saying that, I think that there is an ulterior motive here. We'll see. So if you want somebody else on the board, because I'm somewhat, I have somewhat a shaded feeling about it to start off with. I mean, I'd be more than happy to relinquish my position, give it to somebody else.
I vote we ask Ralph Buxton and Mayor Pro Tem Doug Romali to be with Elizabeth on this and go forth.
I hear the board in consensus, and we'll go with the three.
Go forth and watch.
The three folks.
Yes, yes.
Thank y'all very much for agreeing to serve.
Thank you.
Old business. Ms. T, don't sit down yet. Report on outstanding commercial site plans.
Yes. The town manager came to us after your last meeting and indicated that you wanted an update on some of the commercial site plans that were ongoing. So we actually, in the midst of storm damage assessment, checked on a lot of our folks that we've been keeping tabs on. And what I've learned in this process is, particularly working with business owners and small business owners, they'll do a little bit here, and then you'll say something, and then they'll do a little bit more, and then you have to go back to them, and then, oh yeah, we're working on it. And so it's been a process of give and take with the business community. But I will tell you that it's been a good experience for me to get to know, at least by email, and for example, the folks at Sam and Omi's. I genuinely feel like they are engaged in the community process, and they've been very helpful. It's been a slow process to bring full compliance to their site, but I'm happy to say that it is in full compliance. All the bollards are in and all the signage. And that was, well, let's see. We had a site inspection on November 6th, and it is in compliance according to the site plan.
The directional signs are not in because the traffic flow is supposed to go one way around through there. I know there's a two-way exit, but there's no traffic. The drive aisle for cars it's not marked. So cars get in there and then they have to turn around and come back out. They've done a great job. Carol and Terry have done a great job.
Mm-hmm. They really have worked
because
with
it's
us.
been left to them. They're the ones that have been doing it. The tenants have been doing it.
What the sign calls for is an entrance-only sign off of the beach road, and then a entrance-exit sign off of the side street, the side that they share with Jeanette's Pier and Whalebone Park. And those
There was
signs are
supposed to
in.
be some internal directional signage at one point showing the flow that you come in and go around.
Well, we can
and that's
go back
gone
and check.
Because the drive aisle is being used as parking spaces, and it's not from no fault of their own. It's from just the way people do when they're not being directed.
So there's signs to get in and out, but there's no signage when you're in.
The
Right.
flow.
Okay.
Right.
There's
To
one
give the
other-
directional flow.
There's one other question that I had, and it seems to me that we were supposed to do something with the parking out in front of the, where they used to park and still there is parking. You know where I'm talking about?
Where the planter is in the very front?
Yes.
They're waiting for a sidewalk that we're hoping DOT will build with us.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure that I'm clear on, Elizabeth, is
I'm sorry, go ahead. Short of asking them to actually install some additional bollards, it's hard to control people. They're not designated parking spaces, but people are just used to parking there, and they're pulling up. And I think until that sidewalk is built, we're going to continue to see that.
Okay, so that was when it was to be removed, is when the sidewalk goes all the way down that side. Okay.
That is the plan, and we asked DOT for some spot safety funding just for that particular area to get us from Jeanette's Pier towards the next street, as far as they would fund us, and that hasn't come around yet. So we'll keep plugging away at that.
Well, they've done a great job with the improvements that they made. They've done a really good job.
Yeah, again, I've appreciated their working with us over the past year. Another outstanding site plan that we have is Nags Head Self-Storage. This was a conditional use plan, site plan amendment. And this was a redesign of the site to actually reduce nonconformity. They got their site plan approved, but we actually haven't had permits come in the door yet to do those improvements. So in discussion that our zoning administrator had with them, it appeared that they're sort of waiting to the off-season, which hopefully this winter we'll start to see some activity there. Kitty Hawk Kites on the Causeway is another CUP site plan amendment that came through this board. Bollards have been installed, but now there's some low-growing vegetation on the, and we also have seen that some exit-only do not enter signage. Whoops, excuse me. But Kitty Hawk Kites, I jumped ahead. Kitty Hawk Kites is a similar thing where we haven't actually gotten the permits come in the door. Mulligan's Restaurant was the next one I know that's been of concern, and we've been keeping tabs on and watching. And that's the one where the site plan amendment came through the board. There's bollards that have been installed. We asked for some vegetation, some low-growing vegetation. That hasn't been installed yet. The exit-only do not enter signage has been installed, but the internal signage has not. Mr. Zanovis is aware of these issues, and we're trying to work with him. Dairy Queen had a site plan amendment come through you regarding outdoor water-dependent recreational uses. This was allow them to rent some possible jet skis behind the Dairy Queen. We actually never got a completed permit, and it's expired, so we'll see. They need to come back to us to see what they're going to do. Otherwise, it's exactly how it was when it came to you. And then finally, Forbes Office and Retail. That's a site plan for relocation of the Windmill Point building. Is that right? It was an outbuilding, and that permit has also expired. So if you have any particular questions about any of those things, some of them actually predate my tenure at the town, but Kelly Wyatt's looked into all of these and pulled all these permits for you, so we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Teague?
No questions, but Elizabeth, I'm really surprised that, about the dates of some of these, and I'm just thinking that maybe in January, if you could bring an update back to the board with regards to, not those that have expired, but as to those that are ongoing, and let us see where they are, see how many more you've been able to cross off your list.
Okay, sure.
I would appreciate that.
Other comments? I do appreciate the communication with the business owners, and that is the way to get these things done, and be patient a little bit. And the off-season, it should proceed a little faster than the in-season.
We hope
You don't
so.
get a lot of extra stuff done in June, July, and August.
Yeah.
You don't get anything done in June, July, and August.
You just try to keep
That's
up.
why I think this is a wonderful time to do this.
Right.
Letting them know that you're waiting for them to finish, and please get through before you get into next season. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Next item is committee reports. Mayor Pro Tem, anything?
No, sir.
Commissioner Walters?
Well, I'd just like to report that the Seafood Festival went off wonderfully. Thank goodness the weather was good and it wasn't the next weekend. Everybody worked really hard. We were overwhelmed with the amount of participation. The restaurants were overwhelmed because we were expecting 5,000 and got about double that. I will let you know that plans are already underway to wrap up this year and planning for next year and improving upon all of the lessons that we learned.
Wonderful event.
And I'd like to, again, compliment the town for everything the staff and Cliff and everyone did to make it possible.
Mr. Green?
Nothing. Thank you.
Mr. Sapp?
Jeanette's Pier had its monthly meeting. Actually, it's not. Jeanette's Pier meets 4 times a year. And since the request to
charge admissions has not come back positive yet. We are continuing to meet at Town Hall rather than the pier. That was a statement that the chairman made, and he's backing it up. So we met at Town Hall on the 24th. Actually, the manager reported the first quarter visitation for fiscal year 2012-2013 for that quarter was 62,690 in July, 57,880 in August, and September had 31,480 visitors, or a total of, for those 3 months, 152,050 visitors. Now they count the vehicles that come, and so the vehicle count was tremendous, but as we all know, that is a very favorite spot for beachgoers. And the vehicle count was 376,000 for that same period. Isn't that amazing? It is amazing. They were changing the pier hours for the winter. April and September and November is 6 a.m. to midnight. December through March, which I'm happy to see that they are going to be open because, you know, the pier is closed in the winter. December through March, they'll be open 8 to 5. And at 5 p.m., as at midnight on those other days, the pier itself will not be acceptable to anyone. It will be closed and locked, and you cannot get out there. So there's no change for next year in admissions except the annual season single-person pass will be reduced from $300 to $275, but this is still above the other area piers. And we really thank them for staying open in the winter because we feel like that it's a great experience for winter visitors to be able to go out on the pier. Tourism Board, we met October the 25th. We reviewed our recent festival that Susie just mentioned. Got some comments from the board, and everybody agreed it was a huge success. There are many improvements that can be made before another one is going to be held, but plain to see it can become a popular event place. We estimated between 8,000 and 10,000 people. It was the second largest event in Dare County, the first being the Wright brothers in '03. So let me see what else we did. We approved the additions to our bylaws, including our new mission and vision statement. We had a presentation by John DeLucia on the fill issue. I think I mentioned this to you all the last time. And in fill, the road is 8 feet there, and fill is needed in some areas of that site much more than others. So in John's presentation, he actually did kind of 3 things. You can fill it all now, which eliminates the parking and the entryway and everything. You fill it all now. The site would have to be closed down for 9 months because the fill, the stabilization, then you have to wait 4 months before you can do anything on it after you seed it and whatever. Or you can fill half of it and use the other half, or you can do nothing with the exception of filling some very emergency areas, so to speak, southeast corner, southwest corner. And no fill is coming near the amount of 8 feet. The intention of that board is never to level it straight to the sound. The best practice is to go anywhere from 4 to 7 feet. And like if you were 7 at the bypass, you would slope down to 4 going back towards the sound. One of the reasons that the board is considering some fill now is even in 5 years from now, if you haven't completely filled it, no one is assured as the regulations change for fill and what you can do and what you can't do. You don't want to be left out in left field, no pun intended, with no fill. So we have kind of a plan to bring back to the tourism board when it meets in November, and let the board make a final decision on what to do. But the consensus is that at this time that we may just do enough so that the site can be utilized for all spring, summer, and fall festivities. And immediately once, say, the Seafood Festival, which is going to be held, I think, October the 19th next year. Is that right, Susie? Right. That as soon as that's over, then immediately the bigger job can be done so it can be ready for the spring or earlier summer next year. So that being said, there was a question that came up yesterday at the steering committee meeting that we need to, I need, as your representative on the tourism board, to ask you all what you feel the Harvey tract that's adjacent to the Windmill Point site, to what degree does this board feel that that should be used, can be used, or not used in conjunction with any events that take place in the future? Knowing, of course, that sometimes that site probably would never be used because the events there won't be as magnanimous or magnificent as the Seafood Festival was. So you all are aware of what we did do at the Harvey tract, and so the tourism board would like to know what the board is thinking about future use, if any, of the Harvey tract.
Do you want our comments to be emailed to the manager or to you? Or to you as the representative?
Well, let me just say, however you all feel comfortable, I just need something from all of us so that I can present it to them.
Everybody want to take some time and organize their thoughts and
Yeah.
put them in writing?
I don't know how many events will be on the site in the summer. My personal, as a member of this board's concern about the Harvey tract is that that is one of our few sound accesses, and I know sometimes the parking spaces are full in there. And my first priority is to the people of Nags Head and our visitors to be able to utilize that site. Now, if there is an event that, say, is a 2-day event or an event of such that we did have in October, I don't believe that utilizing that site actually takes away from other use, because I would imagine anybody that's in that area that day is going to be over at the Seafood Festival as well. So, but if you all will get me that as soon as you can, what your thoughts are, it would be really good that I could say, here's what the board would like to see.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for representing us on that.
The only other thing about this, and I'll bring this up now because it is in conjunction with the Windmill Point site, I asked Cliff to send each one of you the critique, basically, from the committee that did the critiquing, of the pluses and the minuses, the pros and cons that the festival, had. And that each of you, again, give your own, because I think every one of us were there. And the more positives and negatives and corrections and additions and improvements or removements or whatever that we can put into the pot, I truly believe that that's going to help this committee, that committee, even do a better job next year. They did a great job for a first-time event, and doubling the amount of people wasn't helpful, but there are a number of issues that can be corrected. And one thing that I think all of us need to throw in this pot of thoughts is something that's very important, and that is how much
how much money does the Seafood Festival, let me see how to put this. Okay, like in the marathons when they began, and the half marathons and other events that the town and town staff and I call it in-kind work, et cetera, we put out there, we need to decide what the town needs to give as far as from staff, and Lord knows, we had staff out there from public safety. Well, everybody, the police, the fire, and I'm amazed too that somebody didn't get mauled on that bypass. But I've been thinking, if this is in Kitty Hawk, with the town of Kitty Hawk, how much would they absorb? You know, just because this parcel is here, how much is the town of Nags Head going to absorb as far as expenses? Because this is taxpayers' money. Would we do for, say, the antique auto show that may be held there? Would we do for them what we did for the Seafood Festival? This is very important, and we need to hit it head on before assumptions are made and feelings get a little hurt with our taxpayers. So is that, was that diplomatic enough?
It was well said.
I need some direction here, board.
With that said, can we get a tally of man-hours that were spent there? And that'll give us a good start on that, I think. And then obviously there's a cost associated with each of those man-hours.
Right.
As well as there were certain items that were reimbursed.
There's from the Water Sports Fund, which is just the revenue that was generated from the lease of the site there, which is just about dried up. We get our share back of staff time, the expense that's put in for upkeep of the site, which was site preparation. We get reimbursed for that.
Cliff, I'm specifically talking about staff time. You know,
Right.
I think that the festival hired like so many of this, but we used so many of this
Right, we
instead. That's the kind of thing that Renee's right. If we could just get
We can do that. I'll give you the expense for both, what we reimburse for and what's above and beyond.
This helps the committee then be able to plan their income and expense sheet for next year, starting now, knowing that, you know, well, next year, rather than hiring, say, 2 off-duty police officers, we actually need 8, or whatever, just
exactly
an example.
that's the reality. We had to, and we needed.
We had to?
The
We hired
committee
2.
paid for 2.
We hired 2, okay.
But in our staff comments, we're requesting or requiring 8 for next year.
Yeah, so, you know, they need to pay for 8, they used 8, you know, so whatever. That's my thought. I have to have this for the board. I mean, so, okay, thanks.
No, very good. Thank you.
May I just add one comment?
Yes, ma'am.
I will tell you that you know, we're continuing to meet and look at areas that need improvement, and, you know, having parking on site really contributed greatly to the need for the police officers there. And, you know, perhaps, you know, depending on the size of an event, you know, the shuttle service may be the better way to go, so you don't have the on-site parking except for vendors, and that would certainly lessen the need for officers.
Yeah. Somebody even said if you didn't have any parking on site, you could double the amount of food vendors, which I think everybody would like to see that, because then there would be, you could do half the lines, maybe, rather than whatever. But it will help. Doing now will help them plan forward rather than waiting 6 months before the event and saying, you know, well, whatever.
The expenses are there. Somehow we've got to allocate them.
Yes, yes.
And could Ralph Buxton's called a committee of our meeting of the logistics committee Monday at 3:30 at Town Hall, and we're going to go through, and I'll provide and share staff's comments as far as what worked, what didn't work. So if you have comments, I'll share those as well with that committee on Monday at 3:30.
Thank you.
One more thing, Mayor. I almost forgot the most important thing I wanted to say. This is, I don't know if you can see this. This is a publication that the Tourism Board started to prepare many months ago, but as you receive it and read it, you will know and understand why it's just now going out. And hopefully we're going to get it out by Thanksgiving. But I hope when everyone gets this, they won't just toss it aside, because it has some of the most valuable information that you will learn about your community ever. And just to give you an example, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but tourists in Dare County, for the Nags Head taxpayer, there is a 6 cents per $100 evaluation savings on your tax bill. So if your house is worth $300, that's $180 a year that it saves you, among many other things. And in here, it does tell you what your town received as far as tourism grant monies. So it's a valuable piece of information. It's probably coming out at the most wrong time of the year for people like Kitty Hawk and Hatteras, but it's taken a long time to gather this information and make sure it's accurate. So I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is time specific. We're going to wait till 11 o'clock on the report from the town auditor.
She's here if you're ready.
I mean, if it's time specific, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but somebody may want to come here for that. Let's address the award of the bid for the Quint fire truck, if that's all right.
Good morning, Mayor, Board, Mr. Manager. It's my intention to propose to you a recommendation for the award of the Quint bid based on the specifications that we submitted several months back. It's been a 4 to 5 month process, and what I've taken away from that is the amount of hard work and effort it takes to research apparatus and equipment, talk to other fire departments, visiting of fire expos, and looking at other information necessary to come up with a competent set of specifications. Our staff have worked very hard, in particular Fire Captain Shane Height, who's here as well. Fleet Maintenance Supervisor Charlie Bliven has had a lot of input, and we appreciate all their efforts. As you know, last June, as part of the fiscal year 2012-13 budget, the Board of Commissioners approved funding to replace the 25-year-old E1 ladder truck. Subsequently, a capital line item was established to provide funding for this apparatus. It was decided to purchase a Quint-type fire apparatus, ensuring that an aerial ladder with a pump, water, and necessary equipment would arrive on the emergency scene. Consistent with the board's directive, the town of Nags Head also stated it would consider a demonstrator-type fire apparatus that closely complied with the distributed specifications. Bidders were encouraged to include proposals for demonstrator-type apparatus currently in use, in production, or engineering at the time of bid submittal. I'm here to tell you that no demonstrator-type apparatus proposals were submitted by any vendors. In response to the request for proposals, we did receive 4 sealed bids for newly constructed fire apparatus. They're listed for your review. I'm asking the board's consideration to contract with Atlantic Emergency Solutions, Pierce Fire Apparatus, to purchase this fire equipment in the amount of $719,998. This arrangement takes advantage of a town-supplied chassis prepayment of $275 and reflects an overall apparatus discount of $15,122. As an additional financial assurance and to meet full compliance with General Statute 44A-26, a performance bond will be provided to compensate the town for the full amount of the fire apparatus should Atlantic Emergency Solutions or Pierce otherwise default on our proposed contract. The performance bond will cost approximately $2,100 and come from funds identified by the finance officer. It is estimated that should we choose to contract with Pierce, we can expect to take delivery of the vehicle sometime prior to the end of this current budget year. Again, I just want to say something about the bid that we received, that we've selected for your consideration. Pierce Fire Apparatus was the lowest responsive bidder, handily exceeding our minimum apparatus specifications in all categories, to include ladder strength and transmission model. The proposal included all apparatus details and equipment requested to meet town specifications and operational needs while satisfying all applicable NFPA standards. The Pierce warranty is above average and includes a 10-year cab and body warranty, a 20-year aerial structural warranty, a 50-year frame rail warranty, and a lifetime water tank warranty. Should the apparatus need serviced in the first year, Atlantic Emergency Solutions will provide in-house warranty repairs. They'll travel to us, and if necessary, dealer-supported transport to a nearby service center in Richmond, Virginia. Pierce Fire Apparatus has a long-standing positive reputation and has been building fire apparatus for over 50 years. They're well known in the fire service and recognized by many municipal fire departments as a reliable and durable fire apparatus. It's for these reasons that I feel Pierce Fire Apparatus best meets the needs of the town. I'm happy to answer any questions, and of course, Fire Captain Shade Height and Fleet Maintenance Supervisor Charlie Bliven are here as well. We stand in agreement on this recommendation.
Questions for the chief? Yes, ma'am.
Kevin, I thought this was one of the best memos I've seen of an explanation. And everything clicked until I heard you say that we need to buy a performance bond or they need to buy a performance bond.
Oh, if I could, I'll address that. We didn't specify in the bid documents that a performance bond would be required, so therefore it's up to us to ask the person, the company that won the bid. Kim wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't warn us of the risk of the prepayment if we prepay the $275,000.
I agree.
So she's doing her job and telling us that we're paying that up front. We do realize a $15,000 savings by prepaying that chassis, which is common practice because Pierce, they build the fire truck. It's their fire truck, but the chassis is bought from someone else, so they need the assurance as well. The bond is not required. There's no legal requirement for us to have it, but I think it's a decision at this point for the board to determine whether or not you want to pay that $275 up front. There are some other remedies for us to breach a contract. If in fact they default, then there's some other assurances above the performance bond that we'll get that money back. But at this point, I think the decision is either we prepay it without the bond or we're going to have to get the bond at a little over $2,000, but we're still realizing a net of $13,000 in savings.
And how did it change from 225 to 275?
Oh, that was a typo. Simply, it was a typo, and that should have been 275 initially. Yeah.
So wait a minute. Down here on your memo, it says that if you pay the $225 within 15 days, you receive the discount of $15,000. So is it what you're saying is that's where the typo is, or is it on the other place?
It's right where you designated it.
Okay.
It should be 275, and I think that memo has been updated to reflect,
okay.
and I'm sorry about that.
They didn't update our memos.
It was the best memo until that happened.
I withdraw my comments about it being a good memo. I totally withdraw my comments.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't agree with Renee's statement about your memo. Everything else was fine.
It was good.
It was good till then.
Didn't get an updated one.
Sorry.
But the other question I have is, in the future, shouldn't we be making sure that if that's going to be a case, that we put performance bonds in the bid?
Yes, ma'am.
That we have a complete package and not be surprised at the end?
I would agree. This is the first performance bond request that we've had. We've never required one in the past. And of course, we don't specify that many apparatus to purchase of such volume and such large amounts. In the future, that will be included in apparatus purchases or request for proposals.
We haven't had much practice at buying the
Yeah.
cost
It
the
is
equipment like
it's a typical term in your bidding requirements for public works contracts,
Mm-hmm.
payment and performance bonds.
We should have townwide,
regardless, dollar amount, not
yeah, we should have
project.
townwide standards, not just one department standard.
I feel pretty strongly about, if we decide not even to go with the performance bond, Pierce is probably one of the leading fire manufacturers in the world. We might be saving ourselves some money. Then again, performance bond is performance bond. You're buying insurance. And for 2,000, what's the cost of it?
$2,100.
Right.
It's, for a $750,000 piece of equipment, $2,000 is dropping the
I
bucket.
think if we can get an assurance out of the attorney that he'll get our money for less than $2,100, then
Your remedy, if you don't have the performance bond, your remedy would be to file suit, which I'm confident would cost you more than $2,100.
And we have that quote in writing?
the $2,100. Yes,
We
ma'am.
do.
It's $3,000 per. $3 per 1,000.
It's $1? $3
$3
1,000?
per
Okay.
1,000.
Enough said, and of course, performance bond, I agree with you, but are we still within the budget that we set?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the chief? Entertain a motion?
Move to adopt, move to accept the bid of Pierce of $719,998 for the purchase of Quint fire apparatus for the town of Nags Head.
Second.
And that's with the $275 being paid up front for the chassis. Where does that money come from?
It'll come from the budget, from the piece of equipment.
But, so did we originally intend to use this? I thought we were financing this over 10, sorry.
We'll finance the full amount. It'll come from our funds temporarily until we get financing approved, so.
Pay ourselves back.
Got it.
Then this does include the bond.
The performance bond. Okay, everybody clear on the motion? We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Break? Break?
Before that one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
We're going to have a 5-minute recess. We're going to come back into session. Our next item is the report from the town auditor, Teresa Osborne of the firm Dowdy & Osborne. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
I am here with you this morning to present the results of your June 30th, 2012 audit. The formal report, which I believe you got a hard copy of, is rather lengthy, so I am going to focus this morning on some important highlights and benchmarks. I have referenced the slides that we're going to go through with page numbers in the event you want to go back later and review in greater detail. The town has received an unqualified opinion on its financial statements, the best audit opinion that you can receive, and that you're going to find on pages 1 and 2 of your audit report. There are no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, and you will find that in your compliance report, which is on pages 83 and 84. Just to kind of walk you through the financial statements, there is something called a management discussion and analysis on pages 3 to 14. That provides a more narrative analysis of the finances for the year. It just gives you a little bit more verbiage and less numbers if you're interested in looking at that. For audited financial statement purposes, the town prepares government-wide financial statements which can be found on pages 15 to 17. These statements convert typical government financial statements to ones that most closely resemble business financial statements. These statements include all assets and liabilities of the town, including property and equipment and long-term debt. The general fund receives the most focus since it accounts for most revenues and expenses for the town. A new accounting standard was implemented last year which requires your capital reserve fund to be combined with your general fund. The capital reserve fund balance at the end of the year is a segregated portion of your fund balance. These are combined on pages 18 and 19, but they show separately in the back of your financial statements on pages 62 to 72. So just remember, if you're looking at Exhibit 3 and 4, that it combines those two funds, and refer to the statements in the back if you want to look at those two funds separately. One of the most important benchmarks in the general fund is unassigned fund balance, which was $8,043,000 at June 30th, 2012. This is an increase of $1,983,000 over the prior fiscal year. That $8,043,000 represents 49% of your fiscal year 11-12 expenses, or 5 months of operating expenses. This increase in unassigned fund balance is due primarily to $1,027,000 that was reimbursed from the Beach Nourishment Fund to the general fund for the initial cost of this project. Your amended general fund budget anticipated using $1,166,881 from unassigned fund balance, but because of this transfer, none of that appropriated fund balance was used. General fund revenues increased $5,661,000. Mostly due to beach nourishment and the payoff of the YMCA debt last year. $2.4 million of that $5,661,000 came from a 2-cent townwide tax increase, as well as a 16-cent municipal service district tax that was designated for beach nourishment. The tax collection rate on the townwide tax, excluding motor vehicles, was 99.62%, which is an excellent tax collection rate. And on the municipal service district tax, the tax collection rate was 99.95%. Again, an excellent rate. An additional reason those general fund revenues were more is because you got $2 million from Dare County that was restricted for repayment of the beach nourishment debt. And I just want to go through another couple of reasons as to why your revenues were up so much over the prior year. Those are the two main reasons, would be $4.4 million for beach nourishment. The rest of that has to do with there was a $620,000 increase in revenues due to the pass-through from the YMCA for the payoff of that debt. That was paid off in June of last year. So you're going to see an increase in revenues and an increase in expenses for that as well. Your sales, occupancy, and land transfer taxes showed increases of $238,000 last year in the range of 5 to 8% over the prior year. You had Hurricane Irene reimbursements of $351,000, and you had a $16,000 increase in facility fees and building permits for the first time in a number of years. So those particular revenue categories account for that increase in revenues. Your general fund expenses increased $5,750,000. Again, most of this is due to beach nourishment and the YMCA debt payments. You budgeted your first year debt repayment on the beach nourishment debt, which was $4,046,000. You also had, again, what we talked about on the revenue side, you had the $620,000 increase because of the pass-through on the YMCA debt. Some capital purchases that were budgeted in the fiscal year 11 were actually carried over to fiscal year 12, and that kind of accounts for the difference in expenditures from one year to the next. The tax base increased 0.62% over the prior year. Just a small, moderate increase there. I want to just go over a couple of things with your capital reserve fund. You started the year with about $381,000 in the capital reserve fund. You collected facility fees last year of $40,118. And you also put into your capital reserve fund the excess municipal service district tax and townwide 2-cent tax that was not used for debt service on beach nourishment. You actually took in a little bit more on those two taxes than what the debt service was. So the excess is sitting in the capital reserve fund waiting to be used for beach nourishment. You used capital reserve funds last year of $29,163, and that left you with an ending balance of $745,000 in your capital reserve fund at the end of the year. Just a little bit on the Beach Nourishment Capital Project Fund. Obviously, that's where a significant amount of expenses were for you all last year. You spent $25,070,000 in fiscal year 12 on the Beach Nourishment Project. You had $628,000 worth of open contracts at the year end, and you had $2,007,000 remaining in the Beach Nourishment Capital Project Fund at the year end. And if you just at a later time want to go back, just refer back to page 73 because that shows the finances for that particular project from the very beginning through June 30th. Some good news in your water fund. The water fund experienced some positive results last year, which helped the bottom line in your water fund. Your operating revenues increased 2.7%. Your operating expenses decreased 8.8%. The operating loss in fiscal year 12 was $11,656 compared to a loss of $311,830 in the prior year. So the loss was significantly less in fiscal year 12. This decrease in loss was a combined result of a reduction in the wholesale water rate and a refund from the prior fiscal year due to the annual reconciliation of the wholesale water rate paid. So that was about $145,000 of the decrease. You also had a $55,000 decrease in salaries in your distribution department, and both of those decreases helped reduce the loss in that fund. So you were a lot closer to breaking even in the fiscal year 12 than you were in fiscal year 11. I want to take a minute to review two special liabilities for the town, for which the town gets actuarial valuations to determine the annual cost that should be set aside each year in order to have the funds available to pay benefits when they become due. The first one is the Law Enforcement Officer Special Separation Allowance. This is a state-mandated retirement that's paid to law enforcement officers from local governments. It is currently costing you about $39,000 a year, and you have been using funds set aside in prior years to cover this cost. The annual required contribution hasn't been funded for 3 years, and your net pension obligation at June 30th, 2012 is $71,000. It's my understanding y'all may have something on the agenda today or coming up.
We did it last.
Okay, where you were going to fund that, so. The second liability is for retiree health insurance. There has been a push for many years to have local governments disclose this information, much like large public companies are required to do. The town is in the 3rd year of disclosing this information in the financial statements. The town does not set aside funds for this benefit, but is on a pay-as-you-go basis for this obligation like it has always done. The net retiree health insurance obligation at June 30th, 2012 is $430,575. This is still a relatively new standard. There's a lot of analysis going on by local governments right now to determine whether it makes sense to start funding part of that liability or not. Typically, it's not being funded now, but it's something that local governments are looking at. Overall, the town ended the year in strong financial condition. I would like to thank the Administrative Services Department, especially Kim, who was responsible for actually writing these statements. And I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for Ms. Osborne? It's a lot of information. But thank you, it's very well organized, and I appreciate the overview that points us towards some critical points.
My question probably isn't for Teresa, it may be more for the manager, where it talks about fund balance at 49%.
Includes the debt service.
What would you like to know about it? Mike can help you.
Well, we have a policy of 50-something percent, 50%, 50-something
I
percent.
think we did 52, and then we fell back to 50, not to fall below 50%.
Kim?
The policy adopted by the board was 50% of expenses excluding bond debt. That 49 is of total expenses, which includes the bond debt. Thank you.
Thank you, I just wanted to make sure we got it out.
Other questions from Ms. Udman? Thank you very much. Very
I have a
inclusive.
comment.
Yes, ma'am, please.
You gave the best budget presentation I've had in a long time.
Until when?
Until the bond debt thing.
No, actually, by having it the way you did, it kept us from flipping through pages, and it just made it much
I appreciate
clearer.
that. Thank you very much. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
That was good.
Up to the 49%, she was golden, right?
Well
That
organized.
wasn't necessarily for her.
Well organized.
Yeah.
That was,
Our next item is I-4 under new business. It's consideration of request from Eddie Goodrich regarding sewerage tie-ons. Mr. Ogburn? Oops. Have a
Good
second.
morning, my name's Eddie Goodrich, and I thank the board for hearing me today. And I'd like to start off by congratulating the board on the decision you made for beach nourishment. It was a brave decision and it paid off. I think the other towns probably now recognize that you need to protect your ocean front. That's why people come down here on vacations, and that's really that's the biggest source of income that we have. I have an updated list of people that I contacted that have basically, and all I really asked these people was if they thought it was a good idea to connect only commercial and only light industrial businesses on the north end of the town of Nags Head. I don't know if there's any reason of doing it further. I don't think there's any need to deal with the residential. I don't think that's the problem at the moment. In my letter, all I simply asked was if they thought it was a good idea, necessary, and of course, no commitments from anyone. I didn't ask anybody to commit to anything. And what I'd like to do is, this is an issue that will never go away, and the town will have to deal with it sooner or later. I know it's a touchy subject, and if you will, let's establish a committee, or maybe pull the Coastal Studies Institute in, or someone, rather than really voting on it today. Let's just study it for a month or two and make a decision that's knowledgeable, rather than just I would rather for you not to say no, let's put it that way. Without enough information, I think it's something that's not going to go away. One of the things that it'll solve with your commercial establishments, if you take out the septic system, you can put in stormwater management, so you kill two birds with one stone. So all I'm really asking today is to let's study it and talk about it and see if it makes sense, rather than just a yes or no vote.
Just like to ask Eddie a couple of questions, if he doesn't
Yes, ma'am,
mind.
please.
Yeah. Didn't you come before us a while ago?
Yes.
Okay. You remember when?
I would guess a year, but more, over a year.
July 2009.
Right. It was several years ago.
Okay.
Time passes. Do you see, Eddie, a number of reasons or a number of things that have occurred since that time to this time that made you want to, come before the board again? Or was it based upon the same reasons that you came before?
Hurricane Irene has happened since then. Hurricane Sandy. And the rain that we had this past summer caused stormwater problems everywhere. Those three things happened. And they'll happen again.
So you're saying storms and stormwater are basically the reasons why you're back before us today?
The primary reason is that we're contaminating the groundwater with untreated sewage. And I don't think there's much doubt about it. Everybody thinks that when you go to the bathroom and you pull the lever that your problem goes away, and it just started.
Didn't we have some monitoring done on our groundwater recently, Cliff?
We do.
Yeah, ongoing.
That's right.
And
Through the
I
septic health program.
don't remember. Okay, well, that's another issue. So there was a time, too, if I recall, that the wastewater treatment system that you're referring to was having some problems. All of that has been rectified?
Yes. The system that we have replaced the, well, it was the old Outer Banks Beach Club system, and it was near, it was in non-compliance, and I mean, some of the people in Kill Devil Hills that were connected to it were very close to not having sewer service. They don't realize it. They probably never would. What we did was rebuild a 500,000 gallon a day plant, or to build a 500,000 gallon a day plant. We can actually treat 600,000 gallons a day, but we're permitted for 500. We can take it up to 660. We can take it up to 1.9 million gallons a day in the master plan that we have. And it basically, we're able to remove the system that was in the Nature Conservancy. That was a discharge plant that discharged water into the Roanoke Sound. Our plant is probably, the Division of Water Quality, State of North Carolina Division of Water Quality will tell you that it is an ideal example of what a sewer plant is supposed to be. It's reuse quality. We use ultraviolet light for disinfection rather than chlorine. It's irrigation quality water. It's of higher quality. The water is of higher quality than the water, than the requirements for a commercial swimming pool at, say, a hotel.
And since implementing this new system, you've not had any problems with it?
Well, other than ordinary maintenance, no.
I know you are aware that we do have a wastewater system here in Nags Head that is, treats the sewage for the village at Nags Head.
I'm well aware of it.
And you are aware of the problems that we have had and continue to have with some of the operations at that plant.
That plant is the type of plant that we replaced. That's an aeropod system, 25-year-old technology, and that's what the system was in Kill Devil Hills, the Outer Banks Beach Club system, and that's what we replaced. That type of system is what we replaced with a new system. with the new technology.
So you're estimating that if you can add on 1.9 million gallons a day, if you can go to that capacity, and I'm assuming that's your limit, that you can accommodate these 20-some businesses on the north end of Nags Head?
Definitely. Well, if you take it to 1.9 million, there's no doubt whatsoever. But that's a 20-year plan to take the plant to 1.9 million.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Goodrich? Yes, ma'am?
I have one question. You provided us with this list, which is in response to a letter that you wrote.
Yes.
May we also have a copy of the letter, which
I
would
will.
make the list relevant?
Certainly.
You know. Okay. Thank you.
Other comments, questions for Mr. Goodrich?
I don't have a question. I have a comment. I listened to the request in 2009. I've read the request today and heard your comments today. I am not in favor of extending the sewage into the town of Nags Head. My favorite saying is the camel's nose under the tent. This is it. And while we can all debate density requirements, it will change density because that'd be the next step to increase density. And I think it will change the character of Nags Head dramatically by looking at this. And yes, we have used sewage as a way to control high-density development. We know the issues that we've had with the village plant. They continue to be ongoing with complaints and so forth. And while I think your plant probably does well, it's outside our jurisdiction of the town of Nags Head. And I think any plant's pretty much outside anybody's jurisdiction when the Utilities Commission controls it. Because we've seen the issues that we've had with the Utilities Commission and even getting the village plant to be maintained and upgraded. And I don't think that I'm in favor of going outside the town of Nags Head to meet sewage needs. Those are my comments.
I would, excuse me, like to say that I don't feel that having central sewage in the town of Nags Head is going to, number one, stop our storm surges, nor solve our stormwater problem, because in the larger cities, we all know that even in neighbors close to us that have had rising water into their sewer systems, their town sewer systems, have created havoc with the businesses and residents that are on them. So while you do have a top quality plant, I'm sure you do, you're never assured that you won't have a storm surge and cut off all those businesses that were threatened at one point. So I don't think that's the ultimate answer to groundwater infiltration or stormwater prevention. I am also very leery of going outside of Nags Head to rely on someone for many of our businesses to operate. And quite frankly, and I'm speaking of not the wastewater treatment plant used to be operated, but this time I'm talking about a realtor. You know, when you sell a piece of property to a client, they know if they have done their due diligence, they know what they can build there, how it can fit into the site plan, what square footage they have, and what kind of sewage that they have. And all of these businesses that you have on here, most of them, I'm acquainted with them, and I think that they were aware of what they purchased when they purchased. So it's not that they're going to go out of business because they can't be on central sewage. They knew that when they purchased. I know Nags Head is different, has always been different than the other communities on the Outer Banks. I think that our control of density has helped Nags Head to be what it is today, and I feel that most of the people who live in Nags Head, and even those who don't but pay taxes here, appreciate the high quality of life that they get in Nags Head. And I truly am afraid that by saying that, oh, if we have central sewage, it will help our water quality, by using those reasonings, that people are going to see an increase in density as redevelopment happens. And I don't think that the majority of the folks in Nags Head would go along with this. And I'm also going to say this too. I'm surprised that this did not come before our planning board, which is an integral part of our planning and has always been, even though sometimes this board doesn't agree with what the planning board has to say. They are 7 members of the community that sit on a very important board, and I feel like that if this needs to go further, that they need to hear from you, Eddie, and do their due diligence and come up with a recommendation to this board. I just think that we're, we just, anyway, those are my comments.
No, ma'am, thank you.
I agree. I think this should have gone before the planning board first, and should the planning board decide to form a committee or ask for outside information via coastal studies or whomever, I think that's the correct process here. It causes me a little bit of heartburn. I'll just tell you that, we have the Septic Health Initiative. We have, there's a reason Nags Head is like it is. It does to a certain extent control growth and keep the values of our community and the appearance of our community that many of us, love. So.
Well, I hate to be the other side of the fence, but I am not closed-minded to central sewage by any sense of the word. I've been involved in public safety and in all my life, and in living here in the last 30 years. If we haven't seen anything, we've seen the leaching of sewage into our groundwater. It's happening every day. I'm not saying that Eddie is the answer. I'm not saying that but if you want to try to eliminate some of the problems that we have, I think that probably that might be the way to do it. However, it's kind of, we're kind of after the fact, but, I don't agree with this will create a growth boom, and it will not limit the height restrictions and setback restrictions. That's not true. That's done by your planning department and by the board itself. Now, if the board wants to do it, they can change it now. It doesn't have anything to do with the issue at hand. So, again, I'm not closed-minded to it at all, particularly with more and more of the storm issues that we have here. There's only one way to correct some of the flooding problems that we have, and that's with central sewage. It would be, the only thing I can say about central sewage is that it would, in order to provide it, what a nightmare it would be to start digging up trenches and putting in pipes and all that kind of stuff. But I'm certainly not closed-minded to it, and watching how we've been polluting the groundwater and what's going on, I think that's probably one of the few answers that's out there. That's my opinion.
I think this is before us today because sending it to the planning board, if we've got a majority of the board that's unalterably opposed to it, just doesn't, it wastes their time a little bit. I'm not sure whether I hear any consensus, though, on forming a committee to look at this at the board level. That's a no on, one no on a committee.
Yes, definitely, no.
Okay.
Not from the board level. I don't see going any further. Yeah.
I have a comment that while I appreciated Mr. Goodrich talking about groundwater contamination, the worst flooding that we have are in residential neighborhoods, and this proposal doesn't address that. It addresses commercial, which has the highest standards of retaining stormwater on site. So I just think, I look at this as the beginning sign of, if we can get it commercially, okay, then we'll go into residential. So I'm willing to make a motion about this today, that I make a motion that we deny Mr. Goodrich's request.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
And I second.
And we have a second. Further discussion? I'll pipe in a little bit. I think there are different ways to deal with wastewater. I think our septic health initiative has been very successful. I do also acknowledge that that area around Fresh Pond is a little more sensitive area as well. Even though we're not taking our drinking water out of there, there's a lot of environmental sensitivity with the woods. And we looked at this, what was it, 2009, and talked about it just for C3 and C2, C3 back then, I think it was. And it was the T-shirt factory to a large extent. I don't know that this is a bad way to do that. And I think it would take some more investigation and, to assure ourselves of some of those things. And I think the Coastal Studies Institute and the Planning Board, there'd be a number of folks that would have a place in that group. And I think I would support having a group of people take a look at it. There are different solutions, y'all, and there are dangers with using a septic tank, just as there are dangers with using a sewer treatment plant. Mr. Goodrich's plan is as good a plan as you can get at this point in time with the ultraviolet and that type of thing. And he is serving a considerable amount of Kildaville Hills right now. But with that said, if the majority of the board doesn't want to pursue it, I don't see any point in wasting the planning board's time or a committee's time either.
I don't object to looking at it, but I think it needs to be done without something hanging over their heads. If they want to investigate, if the planning board wants to take a look at it with CSI, even as they talk about fill, it may be one of those things that can be linked. But I would like to do it without a request on the table, and that's one of the reasons I made my motion. To free up without having, is this going to come back with a deadline? Is this going to come back? And I'd just like to go ahead and just get rid of that off the table.
Well, it is entirely up to us where it goes and when and if it can come back, but we can say no just as many times as we want to. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to deny the request, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign.
No.
Aye. The motion passes 3-2, and the request is denied.
Thank you. Maybe we can talk about it again when we establish sea level rise.
Yes, sir, perhaps. Items referred to in presentations from the town attorney.
I'd like to give the board a quick update on the various new town beach nourishment project condemnation cases. You may recall that we filed about 160 condemnation cases in order to get the necessary easement rights for the condemnation for the beach nourishment project. There are earlier this week we obtained default judgments in 8 of those cases that are still outstanding, and we received consent judgments from the owners in 2 other cases, basically accepting the town's initial deposit and confirming that the town had acquired the necessary easement rights. At this time, there are still about 3 owners of properties that we've had difficulty serving. We think we've served 2 of those, and so we're about to wrap all of those up. Still outstanding, of course, are the cases brought by the group of the Fisher owners who challenged the amount of compensation offered by the town. But other than that, the rest of those loose ends are all being tied up. Other than that, I would like to have the board go into closed session at the appropriate time in order to confer with the board attorney regarding the condemnation cases involving the Fishers and the various other plaintiffs who have, from that case, who have filed answers in response to the town's condemnation complaint, also including the Birch case. And I'd also like to talk with the board regarding the recently filed Board of Adjustment appeals and the Osborne and On Trading Corporation cases.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. This time, the presentation of the town's annual report coincides historically with the presentation of the annual audit, and we're going to do as we have in years past and have the individual department heads come before you and present their department's report, and we're going to start with Town Clerk Carolyn Morris.
For the Board of Commissioners, highlights include the beach nourishment project completion. Strategic planning goals were developed during the board's retreat earlier this year. Continued fiscal monitoring. Colony Ridge, formerly Bridhaven, the lease was executed. Windmill Point use guidelines were developed, and the board adopted the Parks and Recreation Plan. The Board of Commissioners in fiscal year 11-12 adopted 43 ordinances, 18 resolutions, and 11 proclamations. The town clerk's office prepared 250 legal pages of minutes for 21 board meetings. Coordination of the Memorial Day and the Veterans Day celebrations were taken care of in the town clerk's office also. The town's website was consistently updated, and all Board of Commissioner meetings were provided on YouTube. There were 94 email broadcasts to over 456 subscribers, 42 news releases, and 380 tweets to over 1,280 followers. A Facebook page was created with 600 fans. The annual town brochure was updated, newsletters were forwarded, and the public information officer participated in the Dare County Joint Information section.
Well done, Carolyn.
And quick, too.
Administrative Services' primary responsibility is billing and collecting the primary revenue sources for the town. We also provide support to various other departments through payroll, purchasing, insurance, and those type of things. In 11-12 versus 10-11, we issued approximately the same number of checks as had been done in the prior year. ACH payments were down 20% in the number of payments, but dollar-wise, it was a decrease from 2.4 million down to 2.3, so dollar-wise, approximately the same number. We are currently looking at increasing the number of vendors that can be paid by ACH because it's just a more efficient and economical way to pay vendors. We saved $2,200 in discounts by taking advantage of early payment of bills. Purchase orders were up slightly in 2012 versus 2011. Privilege licenses were also about flat, 1,040 versus 1,013. Water bills, again, were pretty consistent with the prior year, $28,412 versus $28,464. We did have 24 new water accounts compared with only 15 in the prior year, so that was an increase in new water accounts. Tax bills were approximately the same number in 11-12 as 10-11. The collection rate was 99.62. As Teresa mentioned, this was also the first year that we billed on those tax bills for the municipal service district. The collection rate there was 99.95, which is about as impressive as you can get. Payroll, we had 5 full-time vacancies. We spent $400 in advertising. We took advantage of a lot of free advertising through web-based. We issued 3,441 direct deposit devices, no checks, as we're 100% ACH payment for payroll now. We did have a slight increase in workers' comp claims in 11-12 versus 10-11, as well as an increase in property claims. The main property claim for 2012 had to do with flooding from Irene. Well, what you can see, a lot of the numbers from year to year were flat, but we did have significant changes in the department in the year. We changed accounting software beginning in July of last year, which we finally completed in June with fixed assets. We also changed auditors with board's approval for a 3-year term, and we changed banking services as well. So we had a lot of things going on, even though it's not necessarily reflected in the numbers. I'm also presenting the Information Technology Department for Allen. Basically, that department's responsible for supporting all technology townwide, including computers, phones, servers, data storage, all of those things. So a tremendous amount of work and equipment that they support on a day-to-day basis. New equipment for the year, including an additional host server, was added. 14 desktop computers were replaced, 5 laptops were replaced, and they added 2 tablet computers, which are basically used by employees traveling, that are just a little easier to handle. Other developments and improvements included virtual environment development, website domain change from .net to .gov, mobile website was deployed, the BOC sound system was upgraded, and the BOC video hosting was also improved during the year. Again, the equipment that's supported by the IT department include the servers, 3 hosts, 10 virtual, 3 physical, computers and printers, including 63 desktops, 47 laptops, 2 tablets, and 39 printers. The telephone system, including the server, voice switches, and desk sets. Mobile devices, including 29 phones and 17 air cards. Data storage of the email archiver and 2 storage area networks, and then network infrastructure, including 2 wide area network firewalls, a spam firewall, a router channel service unit, data service unit, 12 fiber converters, 11 managed switches, 7 wireless access points, and 4 wireless backhaul points. And they're also, he's currently working with the provider that's running cabling down the bypass to eventually connect the fire department.
Quick question, if I may. What's a backhaul point?
I would have to ask Alan.
I'll wait. I'll wait.
Hi, the Planning Department, as you know, provides a variety of services, including GIS, long-range planning based on directives from this board, our CRS program, the septic health program, which includes water quality monitoring, building permit and zoning permit review, processing, permitting, monitoring, and we also provide services on behalf of the Coastal Area Management Agency, and of course, working with local boards and commissions. Our highlights for that fiscal year, certainly Hurricane Irene took a good part of our energy. We had almost 460 damaged structures as a result of that hurricane. We did damage assessment, we processed permits, we had to do site visits and inspections on all of these structures, usually multiple times. We also, in that last year, installed our Blueprints permitting software, and this was a very large project. We had to convert everything from our old Black Bear system, the Black Bear company having gone out of business, into the Blueprints permitting software, which actually allows us to process some permitting and keep notes about inspections in the field remotely using Wi-Fi and handhelds. We're looking forward to that making us more effective as we move forward. We also initiated the Safe Routes to School Partnership, or SRTS, which was really exciting, where we were able to pull together businesses, the hospital, the school, and different town departments to work together to look at pedestrian safety and children's safety around Nags Head Elementary School. We were very helpful. We are very thankful for the help of the police department in offering a bike rodeo or bicycle education program with the school. In 2012, we also completed the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. This was just over a year's planning process in which various recommendations were brought forward, many of which we're working on today. We also had 2 successful grants in support of Whalebone Park. We got $75,000 from the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund. We actually just recently were made aware that that money will be available here fairly soon to us. And then $150,000 from our tourism board, which we are very appreciative of. The Beach Road District Signage Project was started. We're putting signs in the ground slowly but surely. And we've also initiated a process of being intentional about cross-training our staff and getting people certified and getting people out to learn about different educational opportunities in the field, one of which we've been focusing on is called low-impact development or stormwater management. Our administrative activity for the year, you can see we were very busy. Just a lot of our work comes to you eventually. 379 code compliance investigations. This is when we get a complaint, we send somebody out in the field to look at it. Sometimes that results in a notice of violation. Sometimes people address it right away. Sometimes it's not a viable complaint. We also, under our septic health program, had 241 septic tank inspections, and that resulted in 30 tanks getting pumped that needed it. We also took over almost 200 water quality samples. We brought forward 21 text amendments and 8 site plans for consideration. There are also 2 subdivision requests and 2 subdivision variance requests, 2 rezonings, and 3 zoning variances. We also issued 150 CAMA permits and 490 zoning permits. In building activity, I wanted to spend a couple of slides on this just to show you that development is actually, we're seeing a bump, a resurgence in development activity. You could see that green bar, maybe you can't, it might be small, as that's total permits issued. And if you can see we're getting back to that pre-2008 level where we had sort of a boom in development. A lot of the other permit activity we're seeing is renovation. So we're staying pretty busy on our building inspection side. For new residential in FY 11-12, we actually saw about $7.5 million of new construction. That's new investment, new valuation added into the town. This is a little bump from last year. Similarly, on the commercial side, we saw a bump that was mostly attributed to PetSmart. That was over $1 million in valuation investment added to our town. Renovations, again, play a big role in our building department's activities. You can see there we're just slightly over where we were last year by about $500,000. And then our empty storefronts. This was a study that was done in 2010. We had a intern go out and update our numbers. And from 2010 to 2012, you can see a change. In 2010, we had 46 empty store units, commercial units. And in June of 2012, when we looked at it again, there were only 22 empty units. We've actually had 2 requests for new commercial permits, so that will go down even further. So it's a good sign to see infill and renovation and new businesses starting up in existing storefronts. Projects that we were working on, and these are things that were started last year that we're still working on. Certainly the playground and park furnishings for Whalebone Park. We've just sent out the RFP. We hope to find a qualified contractor to help us design the playground and the park furnishings and actually do the installation with the goal of having that all done this winter and spring and ready for the summer. We've talked already about the Gallery Row neighborhood and trying to do some community outreach and see what the interest is in trying to do some activities there. We've similarly with the alignment and easements for the Soundside Boardwalk, sort of picking up on an old idea and actually making contact with key property owners and finding out what the interest was. And then we're looking at some specific ordinance issues that were identified last year. Stormwater and fill, the parking ordinance, and some zoning definitions. That's work that's going on here that is actually, we sort of started gathering that information last year. And then again, stormwater management and low-impact development education is a big one for us. It's something we really are hoping to do a community push on, certainly in bringing our staff up to speed, bringing our ordinance up to common practice of the day and more effective practice, and then helping our public with some educational opportunities as well. Let's see. And then as we move forward, drawing from your retreat, we certainly appreciated the opportunity to work with the board to identify some goals and how our department can help the board move forward with some of the goals that you identified in your retreat. And those were included in your budget. They're things we feel like we've always been working on to some degree, and we greatly appreciated the leadership you showed in sort of directing us as we move forward this year, particularly with the areas of environmental stewardship and how our building codes and other ordinances that we work with can help promote better environmental stewardship, looking at neighborhoods and identifying with stakeholders how we can make them more livable. And certainly public involvement is a big part of that. And our goal is always to involve the public in a way that balances interests so that we can create recommendations to you that we feel are fair and balanced and meet a wide variety of the town's needs. We certainly internally are working very hard to improve our customer service. I think the Blueprint software will help us with that. We've reorganized and made it more accessible to get at our files. So hopefully when you ask for information on a certain project, even if it was 10 or 12 years ago, it might not take us quite so long to dig up that file. And then we're trying to be a better service provider, not just to the public, but to what I think of as our internal customers, which are the other town departments. I've greatly appreciated getting to know and getting to work with the department heads of police, fire, public works, administration, and I look forward to working with them to be a better service provider to them and their needs, particularly with things like GIS mapping and other things we may be able to help them with. And we certainly, again, groundwater resources are very important to this town. We believe in our septic health initiative. We're striving to make that, excuse me, a more active and used program. We did do a push of mailers, and we had George Wood come and talk to you quite recently, and he's going to be working with us to revise his proposal, bring forward a proposal, and really get you the sort of the information on septic health and groundwater water quality in a better format, something that we can use and compare year to year, which would give us better information moving forward. So I look forward to working with you. I appreciate working with the other department heads. Thank you. Yes,
Mayor, if I could get Elizabeth just one quick. You mentioned in your report that the water quality samples that have been taken, and then you mentioned George Wood, those water quality samples, do we get a report on the results of those, Elizabeth? And okay, let me just say this. In conjunction with the previous applicant, I would like to see some, and maybe you've already touched on it, some kind of report that says we're not doing this to our groundwater, or we are, and here's what we're going to do about it. If we can have, I don't know if it's George Wood that you want to do that, Cliff, or if you can do it through the testing that the septic initiative or whomever. I think it's time for the board to be more aware of facts.
I appreciate your saying that. And in fact, I just did meet with Todd Kraft, our director of the Septic Health Program, and George Wood. And one of the goals for us moving forward is to have an annual report that you can look at every year and compare in a format that's simple to understand, certainly. So that's something we'd like to work on. Thank you.
I will say one point of data on some of that. It's hard to tell anything by one point of data. You actually end up looking at years and trends. And
right.
I agree it's something we certainly have to keep our eye on, but it's not a...
No, it's not.
Harder than it sounds.
It's harder than it sounds. Right. And even though George Wood is very good at what he does, and most of the time I can understand what he's saying, a lot of it is over my head. So simple form would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Board of Commissioners, I'm excited to come before you this afternoon now, I guess, to give you the annual report for the police department. What you'll see here is we've looked at our goals that we had set for the previous fiscal year. What I'm going to do is go over those goals and what the police department's done to accomplish those goals. One of our goals was to improve communication between the police department and our citizens and visitors. One way that we accomplish this is through the Community Information Exchange Program, which is an email-based program that allows our subscribers, which are our business owners, property owners, our residents, to stay connected with public safety news. I get a lot of feedback in regards to this program. I've included, one was from a Nags Head business owner, that the emails were informative and greatly appreciated. The other one was from a Village at Nags Head resident that they love the updates and information on the new websites. I try to provide links to other websites that will provide information as well. Another goal is to increase community confidence within the police department, and it's important that the public feel confident in the police department, and our department continues to enhance services offered to our residents and visitors. Some of those things that we do, and you've heard about it from Ms. Teague, our Ms. Elizabeth, our planning director, was the Nags Head Elementary School Bicycle Rodeo. We partnered with the planning department, fire department, Outer Banks Hospital, and Dare County Schools, and other local businesses to offer the first annual bicycle rodeo. Another one is our continued excellent partnership with our Nags Head Community Watch Association. That program has been in existence for over 15 years, and we continue to support each other in our endeavors to keep Nags Head a safe place to live and work. Another event that we hosted in conjunction with the Nags Head Community Watch Association was the free shredding event, where we offered shredding for sensitive documents for citizens, business owners to come by and shred their sensitive documents. When we look at another goal, we're talking about solidifying interagency cooperation and coordination, and looking at the divisions within our police department, and want to talk a minute about Animal Control Officer and Police Officer Laura Gilreath. She is certainly an asset to our police department, and when you look at her activities for that last fiscal year, she responded to 848 calls for service that included animals running at large, impounding dogs and cats, injured animals, and miscellaneous animal calls. She also assisted the patrol unit with preventative patrol, and she also coordinates various community programs for our community and Dare County schools. When you continue to look at some of the programs and stuff that I get Laura to help us with quite a bit, we proudly serve Nags Head and hold ourselves to higher standards of professionalism and accountability, striving to be a department that citizens take pride in and work in partnership with. Several programs that we participated in that demonstrate our commitment is one of them is the prescription drug drop-off program. This is a program we partner with the Outer Banks Hospital, Dare CASA, the Dare County Sheriff's Office, and prescription drug drop-off is the responsible way to dispose of unwanted or unused prescription drugs. Instead of throwing them in your trash can or keeping them in your medicine cabinet, we provide a responsible way for disposing of those. We talked about the Nags Head Bicycle Rodeo, our free shredding program. Something else that we're really proud of is participating with the Dare County Schools with the Red Ribbon Week, which is actually occurring this week. It's an anti-drug campaign. We have officers that go up to the elementary school and speak to the students there and support their Red Ribbon program. Another is Officer Laura Gilreath is a member of our Juvenile Crime Prevention Council through Dare County. She's one of the board members, and we're certainly proud of her association or her affiliation with that group. It's a slide just showing some of the pictures of the community events. The upper left-hand corner is we work with Dare County Communications, the 911 Center, to talk and educate our elementary school students about the use of the 911 system. You'll see a picture of National Night Out, the Bicycle Rodeo. Down at the bottom in the middle is the ShredX, the local company that we work with for our shredding event. On the right is the prescription drug program. And then we also, the bottom left, you'll see a group of young kids there. We hosted the Outer Banks Mommy and Me group at the police department, and we had a number of kids that came and participated, and their mothers and some fathers brought the kids up there, and we were able to spend a couple hours in the morning with them, which we certainly enjoyed. When we look at another goal, it was when we look at the economic times that we're going through, maintaining our staff is very important. We want to make sure that we develop a professional, educated staff in order to increase our overall effectiveness. It is imperative that the police department find more creative ways to enhance our working environment, and there are several ways in which we strive to make Nags Head Police Department a more attractive and appealing place to work, which better serves our citizens and visitors. When we look at ways that we accomplish this, adequate recognition, we do that, the town does that. Internally, we provide positive reinforcement and show appreciation to our staff for jobs well done. Equipment, we look at providing the best equipment for the officers to do their job, considering the budgets and looking at alternative funding sources to provide that equipment. And then we look at adequate training, that we have a staff that is trained to provide the services that we're to provide. And training is ranked as one of the most important benefit of our officers. When we looked at retaining employees and we looked at considering training was such an important aspect, we looked at, our challenge was to stretch the police travel budget to make training available for all of our officers. So in December 2011, we began providing police employees who attended training with a town credit card for their meals. And this was instead of or in place of providing an advance, a check prior to them going to class based on the federal per diem rate. What we saw was on average that officers spent 25 to 50% less on meals when using the credit card. And this cost savings has allowed us to almost double the number of officers we send to training. And if you look at the number of hours that we spent in training, it was a 60-some% increase from the previous fiscal year. So it's just ways of us looking at how to stretch the funds that we have to make the most of it. We look at strengthening crime prevention. We talk about our partnerships with the community and our businesses, but let's look at why it's important to strengthen crime prevention. And we look at our criminal investigations division. That unit has a sergeant that oversees 3 police officers or investigators. They're responsible for preparing serious misdemeanor and felony cases for prosecution to the district attorney's office. This is a unit that stays very busy. They have usually between 120 and 130 cases at a time that they handle. And we certainly have a great working relationship with the DA's office to provide them cases for prosecution. When we look at the patrol unit within our department, you have 4 police sergeants that oversee 10 police officers on their different shifts. During the previous fiscal year, they performed preventative patrol, traffic enforcement, and response to service calls. We responded to 11,775 calls. You can see the number of traffic violations, the vehicle crashes, and the number of criminal arrests. And an important note is the number of hours, the 594 hours that were spent in court, which is, when you look at our staff time, it does take, when you look at our staffing, it does take quite a bit of time in court for our judicial process. This is the number of calls. I know that the slide is awful small. Please bear with me on that. If you look, we're going from left to right. We're starting, it's over a 14-year period going back from 1998, 1999 to fiscal year 11-12. And you'll see as the chart, as the graph moves up, you'll see how our calls for service increased. Something new that we put in this year was just the trend line, the yellow line through the middle that shows what our trend is with our increase in calls for service for the last 14 years. This is another, I think when we were going over our annual report earlier, we classified it as a busy slide, but please bear with me. I think there's some important information on it. We want to recognize the relationship between substance abuse and crimes within our community. Drugs and alcohol abuse affects every sector of society, straining our economy, our health care and criminal justice system, and endangering the futures of our young people. What you'll see in here is we've taken the arrests that were made, assaults, burglary, larcenies, and we looked at the percentage of those arrests that involved alcohol. And I think you'll certainly see that like for example, on our assaults, over 50% of the arrests were involved alcohol. Obviously, if you go down, you'll look at communicating threats and disturbances, some of the ones that you would think would involve alcohol, but it's you can certainly see that in our jobs and our responses and our arrests that we make, alcohol or drugs are prevalent in a lot of our arrests. This is the number of narcotics arrests, and again, we're looking at a 14-year period going from left to right on the chart, and again, the trend line that shows the increase. This previous fiscal year, we made 264 arrests relating to narcotics, seizing marijuana, cocaine, heroin, ecstasy, and illegal prescription drugs. That also involved the seizing of drug paraphernalia, including syringes, spoons that are used with ingesting heroin and prescription drugs, 125 pipes and bongs used with marijuana and crack cocaine. And again, prescription drug abuse is by far, it's our fastest growing drug problem. And what we're trying to do with working with DARE CASA and stuff, we realize we're not going to arrest or enforce our way out of this problem, so we're looking at other means of protecting our citizens and visitors. I kind of jumped ahead of myself, but when we're looking at strengthening crime prevention, we're focusing on 4 major areas on prescription drug abuse. Education is one of them. As I said, we're working through DARE CASA, the Coalition Against Substance Abuse, to educate our youth and our community members about the dangers of prescription drugs if they're not used as they're prescribed. Monitoring, the state of North Carolina has a prescription drug monitoring program that is accessed by the State Bureau of Investigation. Our investigators work with the SBI in their monitoring of the prescription drugs that are prescribed. Proper medicine disposal, we already talked about our drug drop-off program. In addition to sponsoring those at the Outer Banks Hospital, at any time you come across unwanted or unused prescription drugs in your home, you can call a Nags Head police officer. We will respond, take custody of those, and they will be properly disposed of in the incinerator. You do not have to wait for a drug drop-off event that we have. You can call. We took in 4 or 5 bags the other day at the police department of someone that had just gone through their medicine cabinet. So I think it's important to note. And then also enforcement. We do strictly enforce our state's drug laws as well as federal drug laws. As we wind down here, we're looking at traffic crashes and identifying potential causes. And again, it's a kind of a small chart, but 2 things. When we look at potential causes, on the left-hand side, you'll see the bar there. We look at speeding as being a major contributing factor. And then alcohol use in reportable crashes. Right now in Nags Head, we're 5.1% above the state average for accidents involving alcohol, which is indicated there on the bar to your right. Again, it's another small chart. We had gotten this off the internet, but if you look at the left-hand side, we're looking at statistics, crashes that involve alcohol from 2007 through 2011, and you look at Nags Head, Dare County, and statewide, and our percentage is 10.4%, which we're 5-point-some% higher than the statewide average when you're looking at alcohol crashes, crashes that involve alcohol. When we look, a term that I think that we hear more and more of is aggressive driving. If anybody has a scanner or you listen to Dare Central Communications, many times, even this time of the year, you hear people call into Dare Central about aggressive driving, careless and reckless driving. Well, something new this year, we kind of looked at traffic crashes, aggressive driving, and when we defined aggressive driving, you'll see the offenses that we use to define aggressive driving, and excessive speeding, improper turns, lane changes, disregard of a stop sign or traffic signal. And when you look at again, the causes of traffic accidents. Speeding, again, there on the left-hand side is a major cause, and which is also considered aggressive driving, and it's a major cause of our traffic crashes. Lowering our traffic crashes through education and enforcement. You have three bars there, and we're looking at, for the last several years, and we're looking at state traffic citations versus verbal warnings and written warning tickets. And there's, and we're looking at 08 fiscal year through 2011, 2012. And there was just over 3,000 violations in this last fiscal year. But as you can see, that the written warnings are slightly higher than our traffic citations. The Nags Head Police Department is committed to keeping our community safe by increasing the officers' capabilities through specialized training. We talked earlier when we recognized Justin Kupfer as being a drug recognition expert. He's a police officer trained to recognize impairment in drivers under the influence of drugs other than or in addition to alcohol. We're certainly proud of Justin and his accomplishments in that certification, and he's only one of 2 officers in this county that has that certification. So we're certainly proud of that. Justin is also a standardized field sobriety testing instructor, which allows us to do in-house training for our officers in the detection of impaired drivers. And then also our participation with the Governor's Highway Safety Program. For the last 5 years, we've been recognized for 100% participation in their campaigns. Just a quick overview. We diligently worked towards accomplishing the goals that we had set during the previous fiscal year. We look at each employee's individual strengths and trying to think outside the box strategy to achieve our goals. We continue to enhance our community policing and crime prevention programs through partnerships with our local businesses, schools, which we're certainly proud of our partnership with Nags Head Elementary, and other organizations. We certainly recognize that drugs and alcohol directly affect the health of our community, and we need to continue to find ways to protect, educate, and create awareness within our town. And we will continue to increase proactive patrols in target areas in an effort to educate the motoring public on traffic safety. It's really, the police department certainly appreciates the board's support during the previous fiscal year, and I look forward to continue to work with y'all to accomplish what y'all want from your police department, and again, just thank you for your support. Yes, ma'am.
Kevin, I have a question. One thing that caught my eye was the number of hours spent in court.
Yes, ma'am.
Are included in those hours are the number of times that an officer goes to court and then the case is never called or it's delayed?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that happen with great frequency?
Great frequency.
So they're spending their days in court and just not really getting anything accomplished?
They may have 15 or 20 cases, and some of them may be disposed of, some of them may be held open due to attorneys in other jurisdictions or in other courts, whether it be other court that's going on in Dare County, or they may be in Currituck or somewhere else in the judicial district, and they may wait for that attorney to get there because the case has been held open. But that does happen with quite a bit of regularity.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Good afternoon. Very quickly, I'd like to recognize the staff efforts of Fire Captain Gina Elko, Jackie Hart, Captain Height, Ocean Rescue Captain Moats, and the rest of the fire captains for helping to pull and extract and edit all this data so we could put it together in a competent representation of the activity and performance of fire, ocean rescue, and reserve fire. So thank you to them. The fire department provided 943 emergency responses in fiscal year 11-12 versus 850 in fiscal year 10-11, and that's an 11% increase. More specifically, our fire calls rose by 66 events and include more frequent responses for public service, residential alarm activations, and vehicle-related incidents. Our emergency medical calls rose nominally by 26 events. while ocean rescue calls dropped off nearly one-half from 52 to 24. We hope to continue on with all our fire and injury prevention efforts and water safety programming in efforts to reduce these incidents and overall community risk. Our losses due to structural fire damage totaled $49,240 in fiscal year 11-12 versus $243,950 in fiscal year 10-11. And that's an 80% decrease. We all know that one big fire can skew your numbers pretty quickly. I know that in 10-11, the town experienced a single catastrophic fire loss of a Pelican Street oceanfront home, and that was the only significant fire that we had that year. Our fire losses in fiscal year 11-12 decreased, and of course, the loss was composed of several moderate structural fire events, one on West Side Court in South Nags Head and the other on Marsh Cove in the village of Nags Head. So those were more moderate events. Our fire staff completed 338 commercial fire inspections in fiscal year 11-12 versus 256 in 10-11, and that's a 32% increase. And this figure is based on recurring fire inspections, an increased number of formal and informal technical reviews of commercial facilities, and a total of 15 shift fire inspectors provide code inspection services, and they satisfy all the North Carolina Department of State Fire Marshals requirements for our town for inspection schedules. And of course, I can't leave out the annual fireworks display, which was a large number of inspections of not only that facility, but monitoring of the pyrotechnics. Next. Fire staff completed 96 infant car seat inspections in fiscal year 11-12 versus 79 in 10-11, and that's a 22% increase. This state-supported infant safety program continues to evolve, and we're increasing the number of car seat inspection technicians to help address the rapid growth of this initiative. So it's a really successful program. Having the hospital in our town is probably contributing to that as well, because they send a lot of people over to get those car seats done. A lot of happy parents and sleepy parents. We welcomed 1,442 fire safety participants to town facilities in fiscal year 11-12 versus 1,613 the previous year, and that's an 11% decrease. I think that we had fewer fire safety educational participants this year and fewer station visitors, and our community attendance at last year's Fire Prevention Youth Night was around 320. But I will say that this year we had about 522 people attend, so our numbers are going to probably spike back up for that year. Again, that Youth Fire Prevention Night that we hold in conjunction with Fire Prevention Week is a great partnership with police and planning, and we thank them for participating in our successful event. Next. Our charter response changes. This compares residential versus commercial call volume and nothing else. Our total commercial property calls rose by 36 incidents, or 16%. And emergency responses to residential structures rose by 69 calls, or 20%. And this is certainly reflective of national trends that show that residential emergencies are certainly on the rise. Now, these two charts do not reflect any beaches, roads, and open area calls. It can be said that without the commercial fire inspection program, that we would certainly have many greater hazards and fires potentially in these commercial facilities.
Excuse me, Chief?
Yes.
How many of these were first responder type situations where it was more EMS? Are those included in this?
Just generally, I can get you those numbers, but generally 2/3 of our calls are EMS calls. These are emergency calls to residential and commercial facilities. So about 2/3 of those are EMS calls.
Thank you.
Yeah. On to Ocean Rescue. Ocean Rescue rescued 177 people from the water in fiscal year 11-12 versus 555 in 10-11, and that's a 68% decrease. We looked at that and we realized that water conditions in 2010 were extraordinarily challenging to swimmers, and this produced more requests for assistance during this time period. In 2011, we introduced the new hazardous current informational flags that we feel like better help to educate and prevent swimmers from entering waters that could be potentially challenging to them. And Public Education Mondays, it was a new program that engaged beach patrons and provided them water safety topics and related matters. We did deploy 2 new lifeguard stands over the last 2 budget years at Ida Street and Limita Street, and these we feel help to decrease the incidents due to public education efforts and direct rescues. Our roving lifeguards counted 1,072,287 people in beach population in fiscal year 11-12 versus 936,351 the prior year, and that's a 15% increase. Our beach safety educational advisories totaled 128,907 in fiscal year 11-12 versus 136,346 in 10-11, and that's a 5% decrease. Our beach closure days in fiscal year 11-12 was 18, and we had 16 the prior year in 10 and 11. That's a 13% increase, which is pretty statistically flat. Our lifeguards are involved in competitions throughout the summer, 3 or 4 different regional and local and national competitions. And we were fortunate to have our Nags Head Ocean Rescue Team take 3rd place in the USLA South Atlantic Regional Lifeguard Championships for the B division, which is 50 guards or less. I will tell you that they took 1st place this year, so that's a recognition you'll be hearing about again. Next. Our Reserve Fire Department is again continuing to serve the town. We're very fortunate to have an active roster of Reserve Fire staff, and we have 16 members that participate in fire operations as firefighters, support people who help us out with logistics on scene and at large events. And we have a fire chaplain, and we even have someone in administration who comes in to work on a daily basis should we need to provide office support. We continue to attract volunteers who attend this training, provide station standby, and respond to emergencies. They're a small but ready group of individuals who can be relied on in short notice to address town operations. And some high points of the Reserve Fire Training program this year center around reserve training hours, and they increased 32%. Our reserve standby hours increased by 8%, and we actually certified 3 reserve members as state firefighter level 2 firefighters. They can fill in on shift, and they bring an improved level of response to the community. In all, it was a good year. Our community, neighborhoods, and families remain safe. However, they continue to evolve over time with changing demographics and the pace of technology. I believe that as these changes affect our area, less focus is spent on safety, and the town must work to identify potential fire and injury risks in the community and then mitigate them effectively.
Good afternoon. As you see up here on this slide for Public Works, some of our major projects this year was the extension of the multi-use path from Bond Street down to Bonnet Street, which helped connect that section of town with the elementary school. We also did the Vista Colony Stormwater Project, which is, you're all well aware, some of it is still going on. We had our Powell bill work that was done. Working in conjunction with the planning department, we completed Whalebone Park, and we did spend quite a bit of time this fall on the Hurricane Irene recovery. The Facilities Maintenance Department in Public Works still maintains 36 miles of streets. We haven't added much more to it. We've added a little bit more of multi-use path, like I said. They service 130 trash cans in summer on the beach with 6 public restrooms, 33 crosswalks, and a mile of sidewalk. They also maintain our infrastructure in buildings, the town complex, the public works complex, the 3 fire stations, 16, 20, and 21, the beach accesses, and the town park, and we still maintain the old OBMC medical facility. The maintenance garage was pretty busy this year. As you can see, with their work orders had increased over by about 200, which was a 33% increase in there. As you notice, though, the labor hours decreased, and some of that is due to we changed some of our maintenance on our trash trucks, which helped decrease that. We do more preventive maintenance now in the winter on them. Basically, them trucks are taken into the garage and pretty much stripped down and refurbished again. So that definitely helps in our labor hours, especially in summer. Cut down on some overtime and breakdowns of those trucks. They still maintain numerous licensed and off-road vehicles, mowers, tractors, heavy equipment. Also, still bringing new equipment into the fleet and replace some of the old equipment. The sanitation department, as you can see, for commercial refuse, it has stayed pretty steady. As you can see, these 2 lines, even with the economic downturn, we're still picking up and still have about the same amount of trash over the last year. You also will notice the same thing, the same trend in the residential trash. It stayed pretty consistent over the last year. Again, here we are with the tonnages, which again you can see has stayed pretty steady, which to me is a good sign, is that we hadn't seen a big drop-off in visitation over the summer, because it had stayed pretty steady over a year. Again, here is a 5-year snapshot, and you can see that again we've maintained pretty much the same amount over the last 5 years of trash. Here is our recycling, and this has been trending up. We've had more participants coming in, and you can see at the end there, coming into March, April, May, and June of last year, how it has increased. A lot of that, we believe, is when we put the recycling cans at all our beach accesses. We recycled 100 tons more last year than the previous year before that. And we see this trend, and we do see more and more of our year-round residents, our permanent residents, recycling too. Again, there you can see the increase on the count of the residents' participation in our recycling program.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, in the water divisions of Public Works in the past fiscal year, it's been a challenging year, but also a very exciting year, and some major projects were accomplished. The first one there, the replacement and upgrade of the Cape Hatteras National Seashore Distribution System all the way to Oregon Inlet, was something that the town had been desirous of for many, many, many years, and it was finally accomplished, completed in November of last year. This is the old asbestos cement water system that the town took over back in the late 80s, at the time that the National Park Service turned their water system over to the town, and the town connected it into the south end of our system. The system, we feel confident that by replacing the system, we eliminate a lot of leaks in areas that we couldn't get to, in marshy areas, and the town was very happy to see that new system go into operation. In addition, we did a small water line project along Abalone Street, and this was a public-private partnership where an individual in the process of applying for a building permit determined that that particular block didn't have a town water line. And this is a case where we worked with the individual to create a link, not a dead-end line. The water system, or the water extension, was paid for by the private property owner, and then the town paid the less expensive portion of the system in order to create a link between the Beach Road and Memorial Avenue. And then finally, we replaced a small section of water line west of the hospital that was washed out by Hurricane Irene in August of last year. And this was a project that was funded, or we worked through North Carolina Emergency Management and FEMA on this project. We had a slight decrease in water taps from the previous fiscal year, 4 fewer water taps, 12% decrease. But I would say that we're seeing a significant increase in building permit applications for residential structures this fall, and so I have a feeling that when that number is posted next year, we'll see an increase from the 29 that were done last year. Two other indicators that we measure in water distribution are water line repairs, which we saw a significant decrease, and we like that. We also had a 32% increase in ULOCO requests, where any contractor who's going to be doing work underground requests that all the relevant utility lines be located. We like to see those because that can, when it's done right, eliminate those water line repairs that have to be done when contractors go out and do work when they haven't required or requested the proper locations. Go ahead. As far as water operations are concerned, we had some major work that we did. We had a lightning strike early in the fiscal year that required some significant pump and generator work at 8th Street. We also upgraded our SCADA system, which is our supervisory control and data acquisition system, which basically allows one operator sitting at the water plant at 8th Street know what's going on at Gulf Street and South Nags Head as far as the chlorine content of the water, the level in the tanks. And as development has occurred and the vegetation in town has grown up, we were not getting as strong a signal as we had previously, so we had a contractor come in and raise our antennas to improve the quality of that system. We did a major repiping project at Gulf Street at our 500,000 gallon ground storage tank across from Tanger Outlet Mall, and included a mixer. And preliminary results are indicating that that mixer is doing an excellent job in improving the quality of water that we see in South Nags Head as well as all the way to Oregon Inlet. When we compared the samples that we took this past September with the samples from 2 years ago, and I'll explain that in a minute, we saw a significant improvement in the trihalomethane content of the water. In other words, it was reduced. We don't want to compare those results to last year, because last year when the samples were taken, we had some very old water in the system that was there because we'd had Hurricane Irene and people left town, and the water in the system in South Nags Head didn't get used as soon as it would have if folks had been here. So by going back 2 years to a more normal year, we've seen some significant improvements, and we hope to see that improvement continue in December when we take our next round of samples. But that project seems to be doing what we intended for it to do when we had it installed. We also had both of our elevated water storage tanks inspected, which we have done periodically, and an old county radio system was removed from South Nags Head Tower. This gives you a 2-year comparison of water consumption, similar to solid waste, both commercial and residential. We see the same type of peaks and valleys, namely the tourist season. We use a lot more water, less water in December, January, and February. We had a slight decrease in overall water consumption of 8 million gallons spread out over 12 months, which resulted in a 2% decrease from the previous year. And then finally, this shows a 5-year comparison. Again, some of the months we had slight increases and some decreases, but this again shows the seasonal impact on the amount of water that we buy from Dare County. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
In addition, another year of a balanced budget, another year, second year, I believe, in a row where we've had revenues that exceeded expenditures. last fiscal year by $425,345, and this compares quite well to what we budgeted that same fiscal year when we had estimated that we would be using fund balance in the amount of $1.1 million. So I think this is a testament to this board, and it's a testament to the staff that they're able to conserve fund balance. We're able to put money away in these tough times. The staff has heeded what the board has directed, and that's to tighten up our belts and continue to do the job that we do as effectively and efficiently as we can. The reason we were able to do this is largely because of that, but then also because of the Beach Nourishment Fund, the payback of that in the amount of $1 million. The question, go next. The general fund balance, general fund available fund balance, $9 million at year-end versus $7 million at year-end 11. Commissioner Cahoon asked a question about that 49%, and the way which stumped me, because the LGC, the way they calculate it, in which your policy is based on that 51%, LGC calculates it based on it's a percentage of the expenditures less any loan proceeds, which gets us to that 55.3. Unassigned fund balance, which is total fund balance less non-spendable, restricted, and unassigned, which would get us to that 49%. The figure you have here, that 55.3, is with the beach nourishment debt as a part of that. If we take that out, it gets us up to around 70%. Total, but again, LGC, as you all very well know, they recommend 8%, which doesn't work for us. Obviously, in the coastal areas, we need much more than that, and we're prepared. Total townwide cash investments of $16 million versus $27 million for the last 2 years. What we're striving to do, and hopefully you can tell from the department heads their passion and their desire to fulfill your directives and your leadership by providing the quality services and continued excellence. This is what we try and live by every day. I truly believe they're committed to providing the best quality services and excellence that they can. We look forward to coming back before you next year with do the same thing and keep going. I wanted to answer, Mayor, you had a question about backhaul points. They are wireless network connections. We have 4 of them. One's at 8th Street on the water tank, and it connects wirelessly. There's one Public Works to that 8th Street tank, Station 21, and what's the other one? Bonnet Street. So they're all how we talk wirelessly from point to point.
Sorry, I was just curious because I hadn't heard it before.
Well, it's because of wireless I was able to answer that question. So if you have any other questions of me, of any of the staff, we're happy to try and address those.
Questions for Mr. Ogburn? Yeah. Very nice report.
Thank you all.
And the floor is still yours, sir.
Okay. Hurricane Sandy update. I'm going to ask Ralph and Elizabeth to come up and talk. Ralph about the cleanup and Elizabeth about storm assessment, damage assessment. But as part of this, we set in the budget ordinance for this current fiscal year the authority for the town manager to be able to expend some funds for emergency purposes without delay until your next scheduled meeting, as long as I report that back to you. I've done that. We're estimating no more than $87,200 for the complete cleanup, not only of getting the sand off of the town streets and off of the right-of-ways. It was imperative, obviously, as you know, as everyone knows, to get that South Nags Head ditch cleaned out as quickly as we possibly could. And we've acted fast, got all the roads open pretty quick, got that ditch open. Those were the priorities, but now the priority is focused on hauling that sand back out on the beach. To be more efficient, more effective, we've contracted with RPC, which was pre-bid for storm, for them to take their offload trucks. They can load it, those trucks, and they can put it right back on the beach versus dumping it and then us doing it. It's just handling it twice, and it would take much, much longer. But you'll hear from Ralph and Elizabeth, but what I'll be asking for is some direction as to where you'd like to see us take that $87,000. There's three available funds. We can take it out of the municipal service district money, which I believe has what Teresa reported, about $345,000. It can come out of contingency or it can come out of fund balance. Those were the three recommendations.
How much is budgeted for contingency?
$125,000. So, Ralph, if you would, come up and describe the process for cleaning up, and then Elizabeth, if you'll come right up after with damage assessment.
Pretty much, I think the manager laid out exactly what we're doing down there. Our first priority was to go ahead and clear the roads and get the ditch open. The ditch is open, has been open since Saturday, and we had seen the water fall considerably down there right now. All the roads were open as of Friday afternoon, so people could move around and stuff, and people had come in Friday and Saturday and started cleaning out driveways and putting sand out there. We started out, we established 2 stockpiles, one in Isabella Street, one at Junco Street, and then from there we started taking the sand, putting it in the off-road trucks and bringing it back on the beach, trying to put into the areas that were lower and where the sand pretty much washed through, trying to basically fill the holes back in. So for this, for another storm event, which we had today, as I heard, high tide's around 1 o'clock, but I haven't heard about any overwash today. They said the tide was running pretty high this morning, kind of slowed us down just a little bit, but we're still going, and instead of hauling it straight to the beach, we're doing a little bit more stockpiling, but to keep that process going, and hopefully we'll be done with the bulk of it by next week, getting the bulk of it out onto the beach. There's still going to be some more that comes out of driveways and some that we'll have to cut back on the right-of-ways and stuff like that and take out, but we shouldn't need the off-road trucks to handle that. That sand we should be able to handle ourselves. The path up here on the northern end from Whalebone to 8th Street has been cleaned, and we wanted to go ahead and get that done for this weekend, and that has been done. We do have a stockpile also at Enterprise Street, which probably next week we'll go ahead and get that out onto the beach and take care of that. But that's what's going on right now, and if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Questions for Ralph?
Comment. Your guys did a great job, Ralph,
Thank you,
before,
ma'am.
during, and
You did.
after the storm. I've had a lot of comments out of South Nags Head in particular about how good the town has been to work with, and your guys directly in removing sand, putting it back on the beach, which is where everybody down there seems to really want the sand to go. So,
Thank you. I will pass that along.
Hi, I'm very happy to report that there was not a lot of damage, particularly on the ocean side of any structures. And I think that really is a testament to the ocean front nourishment and the beach nourishment. In fact, we did do an assessment of all the town beach accesses right after the storm, and there were only three accesses that had suffered minimal damage. It was a few replacement of boards, and I believe Karen Hagee told me at a total cost of $93 to fix. So I think that's really indicative of the power of beach nourishment. I have here the damage assessment summary that we submitted to the county. All in all, there were 164 residential structures that showed minor damage. The damage was estimated at $413,000. This is about $2,500 a house if you average it out, but truthfully, what it is some houses did have some damage. We saw a lot of standing water in enclosures. It's hard to predict how much damage that is. Because we don't always know what's in these large enclosures, we estimate that at a sort of a flat $1,000 rate. So that valuation will probably go down over time as we get back in and make those inspections. In terms of commercial losses, we again had 11 minor and only 1 major damage. The one major structural damage was the Nags Head Pier. As the water came out, I don't know if you visited the pier, but they used to have an old bulkhead which got washed out, and it destroyed what used to be a septic field. It was no longer active, thankfully, and then part of a sort of patio from the adjacent residential structure collapsed. So that was the only major structural damage we saw in the whole town as a result of hurricane damage. The other types of damages we saw were non-structural. Sand incursion, water incursion from the beach side, and that estimate only was $172,500 for the minor. The major one for the Nags Head Pier, we're still working that out. We think it's probably in the range of $30,000, but we'll have to see as we get in there and we look more at what they need to do. But it was actually, considering what happened in other locations, Nags Head fared very well in terms of damage. Any questions?
I think that her being able to go off the top of her head and name specifically the sites that were damaged also speaks. I mean, the Hurricane Isabel, you would have never been able to do that. It just, the list would have been way too long, and I believe that with the damage in Isabel, it was upwards of over $2 million. So again, the beach held up very well. The CSE was here this week. They're scheduled anyway as part of their contract for maintenance and monitoring of our beach to do one in June and do one in November. So the timing was that they were going to be here anyway. So we'll be able to get specific, as accurate numbers as we can. But Phil was out on the beach, came last Friday. Actually, I think he came last Thursday, and they did some of the offshore. They did all of the beach profile. They have a little bit still to do in the just offshore, but with the northeast wind, they aren't able to do that now. But the beach assessment, this is unofficial, but you remember the berm was built at 6 feet from the toe of the dune out to the water, and it's at about 5.85 at the low water. And there are places that the toe of the dune is upwards of 10 feet or greater. So obviously what we've seen is the beach has pushed sand westward. It's built up. So and Phil's probably the most critical of their group, and he was very pleased. So hopefully this will, as Marvin said, this will start the discussion of it works. Your foresight and your ability to go ahead and make the decision to get this done is going to benefit all of us in the future. That's kind of the nutshell of where we are with Sandy. But again, I would like your direction on where to take this $87,000.
And the choices again are fund balance, contingency fund, or
municipal service district.
And the municipal service district funds are restricted; they can only be used in
right.
that district.
There's a portion that there was about $2,000 in meals. The expense of putting that stand back on the beach. And Kim, I don't know if you have an itemized breakdown of that $87,000, but that we wouldn't obviously be able to pay for the meals, but we could pay for putting the sand back on the beach for maintaining the project.
Right.
There's $2,000 for meals. The rest has to do with the sand.
Fund balance is kind of my last choice on those, just because it's an unbudgeted type thing. I think I'd propose that we use the municipal service district money to move the sand and then use contingency to pay for the meals.
Doesn't make any difference to me.
If you take it from the municipal service district, that you're still going to have to come up with a place to take the rest of it, correct?
The $2,000 for the meals would then come from contingency or fund balance.
I kind of like the municipal service district to save it for renourishment. That's like a savings account. That's just my opinion. Because I want to think long-term, not just short-term.
Well, and I see your point too, Renee, but I believe I'd rather see us take what we can from the municipal service district, because we wouldn't be using those funds if this had not occurred. And this is one of the few things that we can pull that money from.
And it's a fairly direct tie, I would
It
say.
is a direct tie.
All right, so take it from that and take the rest of it from contingency?
Yeah, take the 2,000 out of contingency.
One other thing I wanted to talk to you about was the sand fence, and that, I should probably go ahead and bring that up now because that's another source of the use of those funds is to match the money that we get from the county from the interest off of the shoreline management fund. It's since 2007, it's been around $20,000 to $24,000 per year that we've spent to put sand fence out there, and it's been a kind of a first eligible come, first served basis for those that got that sand fence. The sand fences before the storm came was working. It was very effective. The sand was catching, it was building a dune. And the reason I know it's built 4 feet in some areas is because sand fence is completely covered. This is the time of year when we start this process again, and I think it would be worth our while to look at supplementing again. We spent about $48,000 to do all of Reach 3 last year. If we match that again, we can go back and replace where the tide did take some of it, and we can also go into Reach 2 to start there. But I also think it's important that we go back to those that have applied for some sand fence and be able to, because it's been 3 years since anybody's been through an application process to get funded. So I would ask the board to consider matching that $24,000 from the county with another $24,000 so we can, while we're doing it, we might as well do as much sand fence as we possibly can. So if you're thinking about sources of funds to take that from, the MSD is another possible place.
Just to go back for just a second, we do have consensus on approximately 85 from the municipal service district and 2,000 to recoup meal costs from contingency. Okay, so that you're okay with. We are settled on that one.
Okay.
On sand fence, I think the oceanfront property owner has some responsibility there. I got to tell you, I put mine back out yesterday. It got partially washed away, but I expect it to have gathered six inches of sand by tonight. I feel like there's a shared responsibility there. There's a direct benefit to the oceanfront property owner to putting out sand fence in front of his house or her house.
And please don't take this as disagreement or arguing, but some of the areas that we've had overwash were areas that had not put up sand fence for whatever reason. And the point of putting the sand back so that we can control where it goes is that there's some, Ralph's exercising good judgment on where we need to put this sand so that if this event were to overwash, we'd have the sand where it needed to be. There's a couple of places in South Nags Head where it's pretty flat. And I'd like to be able to take advantage of this program to put sand fence in the best, because without that sand fence there, it's overwashing, which is to the detriment of everyone. So I'd like to be able to exercise some places that we've recognized that we put it. And it may just be that 24,000, but.
And it's okay to disagree. And I agree with you on the fact that where we have them flat, where there's no dune there, that should be our first priority. I think putting additional sand fence out in front of somewhere where there's already a dune, I think some of that should be the responsibility of the property owner. That's all. Understood.
If I could just, and I don't disagree with you, but I believe I'm correct when I say that some applicants have not been able to get sand fence through the county money because the money was already expended.
Right.
I think there were a few. And then I know I talked to Cliff the other day about couldn't property owners, it was astounding to see those forfeit gone. And I asked about the owners being able to go out to the east of those and put additional sand fence in the direction that we need to put them. And the answer was yes. So that's where I'd like to see a property owner, whether he did his first or whether the county monies did the first, expend his monies to lengthen that or make the dune deeper. But in other areas that didn't get it, and the areas that Ralph in particular sees that it's needed, we need to make those funds available. And if the funds aren't there from the interest on the sand tax money, then I think we need to make matching funds available. And again, I don't know if it's municipal service district or it's contingency or where it should come from. But this has been proven to be effective to not just saving the oceanfront, but actually saving the town. I mean, $93 for our beach accesses, that's, remember back with Isabel, it's amazing what the beach nourishment has saved us.
Roberta
So-
Roberta just put this in front of me that, like you said, $93 in Sandy for beach accesses. Isabel was somewhere in between $400,000 and $500,000 to our beach accesses in damage.
Makes me faint. So, you know, this is a project that works, and for another $24,000 to come from fund balance or wherever, it benefits every property owner in Nags Head, and I don't have any heartburn by making matching funds available from the town to go with the counties for replacing or new sand fence.
Cliff, we've done different reaches. Are there people that have applied that have never received sand fencing?
There are some that are waiting that I believe haven't received it.
Up until last year, there were people who had requested it who had never gotten it, and that was because they were in South Nags Head, where the situation didn't meet CAMA regulations, i.e. there has to be dry sand beach. The reason why one of the reasons we did Reach 3 as part of last year's program was because now virtually every lot in town qualifies under CAMA regulations for sand fencing because all of them have dry sand beach out to the east of them. There are some that have requested in the north end of town that we didn't get to last year, even with the expanded funds that we had, because we really had 2 years' worth of county funds. We skipped a year to wait till after beach nourishment. But there are some in the northern part of town that have been requesting for several years that have not gotten sand fencing.
So the short answer is yes, there are people that have applied that have never gotten sand fence.
Or at least not for several years. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
That's the short answer.
Yep.
Then my suggestion would be that those people that have applied for it that have never gotten the first bit of sand fence get sand fence. Those on the oceanfront that have gotten sand fence, you ought to talk to the oceanfront property owner about matching the funds.
Yep, that's a good idea.
You know,
Granted.
some of us do our sand fencing. Some of us have already replaced our sand fencing. And some of us had a sand fence that was now only like 4 to 6 inches above ground because it covered up with the western movement. But I think you'd find oceanfront property owners being amenable if you're looking for matching funds, especially if all you want is matching fund money and not manpower. I think it's fair, even though the assessment pays. Beach nourishment has worked, but, and I'm appreciative of the fact that you want to do matching funds. I think that's great, but I think you ought to ask if it's going to cost $300 to put sand fencing out.
50-50.
Yeah.
Can you give us some idea of how far $24,000 worth of sand fence will go?
Well, it depends. If you take the high and the low bids in the last, since 07, 08, $32 a 10-foot section, $24,000 would go 7,500 feet. If it was $25, which was the low end, would be about 9,300 feet. So it depends. It's somewhere around 8,000 feet of sand fence.
I mean, I would say our priority should be where there is no dune, into the road, beach access, those type areas, rather than being first come, first serve.
Okay.
But that's one opinion. Yeah?
Well, I tend to agree that people that have requested and have not received should at this point in time. And I agree with you that where there is no dune, the target areas, I think it's really critical that we go ahead and do that. You know, it benefits everybody. Whether you live on the beach or not, ultimately it benefits all of us.
Mayor Pro Tem?
And I agree with Susie, I agree with Renee, but I don't understand where this leaves Cliff with the funds he's asking for. Cliff, do you know where you?
I was
No.
hoping it would come to
You were
that.
hoping somebody would ask, well, I'd put my foot in. No, and I agree. Those who have never received it should be first. Those who are more in peril, have no dune, should get it. What about those people that are like Renee, if she wants to put, or Bob wants to put sand fence out there and match that? You know, now you're into 30,000 or 40,000. Where are we going to cut Cliff off, or where are we going to allow him to use his judgment? And you know, do we say we'll match up to a point? Are you with me, Board?
Yes, for
I know it's after lunch. No, I just think Cliff needs a number that he can work with using his own judgment as to whom to ask for matching funds. And we need to give him some direction of how much more money he can spend past the county's appropriation.
And I don't want to give him any more money to spend past the county's appropriation, but I think it would be helpful to have an assessment of, okay, how many feet have people requested, and how many feet do we think needs to be done just based on not having a dune there? Can we have a little more information on that?
Is it possible to go ahead and start to bid this with the $24,000 and then come back and appropriate more funds as we recommended the board as being necessary? I mean, can we start this process with the 24, and if we come back and identify other funds? I mean, I think it would adjust the per foot.
The way we
rate.
bid it will change the per foot. It will definitely change the unit price, because the larger the contract is, as we've seen from our past history, the lower the unit price is going to be, and we bid it per 10-foot section. The second thing is that when the contractor bids on this job, his presumption is he's going to start at one end of the project and go to the other end of the project in a continuous movement. And if we,
It's more economic.
if we go back and we say, oh, you've got to go back up half a mile up to add these properties, you know, we really need to have a pretty good definition before we put the project out for bid, exactly what we're asking the contractor to do, so that he can accurately put his bid together as to his true costs.
And it typically the project starts in December.
Well, not typically. Last year we started in December. Previously, we've waited till February or March because we were concerned about nor'easters coming and tearing up the sand fencing that had been installed.
Now we want it.
Last year was the first time that we didn't do that. We went ahead and got started in December. We were doing more, and we had a nice wide beach to help protect the new sand fence from potential damage.
So the information that you give to the contractor to give his bid, what do you base that on?
We base it on an estimate of what the bids that we've gotten in the past and the amount that we're putting out for bid. We come up with an estimate of the feet that he can do, and we tell him where that footage is from this point to this point. Once we actually get bids and we determine what the low responsible bidder is, we will adjust the contract amount that we actually put in the contract in conjunction with the contractor to maximize the funds we have available based upon his unit price bid. And in the past, like I believe last year, we initially said it would be about 15,000 linear feet. We actually were able to do 19,170 linear feet because we got a good bid and we got a good job. So we were able to increase our footage from the time we bid it till the time we created the contract for the work. And that's typically the way we do it.
So for the oceanfront homeowner, do you install the fence for them, or do you provide the fence for them and they install?
Install it.
As long as we've been doing the program, we've been accepting applications that are available on the town's website, and we put together a list from north to south or south to north, and then it's a turnkey operation. It includes the cost of the fencing and the cost of the installation. That's how we put it out for bid, the way we've done it in the past.
And I'm assuming that in the past you have used the amount of money that you were getting from the county to figure out how much you could get for this amount of money.
I think actually, in truth, the first couple of years, we didn't get applications to the point where there were suitable properties, where there was dry sand beach, And we actually, at least in one year, and maybe two, Ralph can correct me if I'm wrong, we actually used the remainder of the funds that we got from the county to buy sand fencing that we stockpiled for use by town crews as the need arose later on. But for the last 2 or 3 years that we've done this, we were able to use all the county's funds to actually have sand fencing installed on the ocean front.
But it was based upon that amount of money is how you got your bid.
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay.
correct.
That's my whole point here. If he's limited to the $24,000, he's not probably going to get as good a bid or as an increase in lineal feet as he could, say, with a bid amount, if you had the money, of 40,000 or 50,000, whatever.
In general, yes, that's a correct statement.
That would go without saying.
What?
That would go without saying.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get. I'm just trying to see if the board is lenient enough to add funds to what the county will give us to get a better bid and more footage, or if we're not interested in it, then we're stuck with the same thing we did last year, so.
Would somebody care to make a motion? Or, I'm sorry, Commissioner?
So there is no match required to
No.
receive the county funds?
That's correct.
But your request is for?
My request is that you match the county's 24 with 24.
To spend the general fund money matching the
Right,
county's money.
Right,
And then go ahead and put it out on bid again.
yes. Tomorrow.
Well, I don't disagree with that at all. I think that we probably would be remiss by not, instead of putting instead of doing the whole thing, the whole 48,000, I've always liked the idea that the town would take the extra money and buy sand fence themselves and then us install it where it was needed. Because we know where it is. I mean, we know if we have it, we have the money to do it, and Ralph can send his guys out and do it. So.
No, we'll have to cut services right now.
But I'll go along with whatever y'all want to do.
Somebody like to make a motion?
I will make a motion. I make a motion that we use contingency money to match whatever amount the county gives us for sand fencing, and we use this amount of money to put it out for bid and see how much we can get.
And if we don't get that many requests, that we spend that amount of money and let them stockpile it at the garage or at Public Works and let him put it out there like he did last year.
No. It's up to you, motion maker.
Well, listen,
Yeah,
let me make my motion, and then we'll see if we get a second so we can even discuss it. Okay. That was my motion.
May I ask a question before?
Let's get a second first, if anybody wants to make a second.
Second.
Second. Yes, ma'am.
We could use Municipal Services District money for
Correct.
this, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I know.
That would be my preference.
What was that?
It would be my preference to use Municipal
Municipal
Services
Services District.
District
Okay,
funds.
I said contingency, I meant fund balance, and now we have discussion on the funds. So,
I'm opposed to contingency. This is not an emergency. This is something the manager wants to do to extend the service. But contingency is not a place to take the money from.
and I apologize, but we're going to have to amend the motion anyway. But Susie, you're saying you'd rather take it from the Municipal Service District?
Do you want to amend the motion so that we're all?
I'd like to amend the motion that we take the monies from the Municipal Service District funds.
Second. Okay with the second. Okay.
Okay.
Further discussion?
No, I think that they're already on board with that. Whatever they don't get requests for, or, requests for, they're going to spend the rest of the money and stockpile the sand fence and use it where we need to use it.
Well, that's the part of the discussion. Why don't we just, Doug, see what they get requests for, and if we only spend $30,000, we may not want them to buy $20,000 worth of sand fence, Ralph. I don't think you need that much. You want to say anything about that?
Yeah. Me and the manager had this discussion last week. 90% of the sand fence that was put in down there in Reach 3 is still there. It's covered. it's probably the first time I've seen in 30 years where we have started rebuilding back the dune system. In these places that we're putting the sand right now, kind of plugging the holes and stuff, it would be great if we could put sand fence back in those areas to go ahead and start building the dune even higher. The places where the sand fence was, or still is basically what we did in most of Reach 3 and built the dune and held the water back. So I would like to go ahead and do it, take the request, do the people who are requested, and then what we have left over is go ahead and put it in front of, or where we're filling holes right now, and let the contractor do that.
And I'd like to see those priorities directly reversed. I think it's great that people have the opportunity to get free sand fence, but let's take care of our problems first. The areas where you've got no dune, or where you're in South Nags Head where you're still building dune, and where you have the overwash issue.
I agree, but I agree, but I think you'll have some feedback. Why is it going in front of these houses and not my house when I've been requesting sand fence for 2 years? And you put 300 feet of beach out in front of these houses, and now you're still giving them sand fence, and I'm still waiting for mine. I think that's the argument that you may get, but that's the argument that you have to defend. I just need to go ahead and I'll put the sand fence wherever you want to put.
But I do, and I do think that the town, I mean, that is $24,000 from the county's money, and we said, you apply, we will give you sand fence till the money runs out. Well, there's new money, and you need to take those people that have been waiting and put sand fence out there. You need to do that, because that's what we said we would do. And if you guys want to take the rest of the money, if there is any money left, and then double up and put it in areas where we think that it, build up again after the county's money's gone, and then some of them, I don't have a problem with it. But I'm just saying, I cannot go back to those people and say, well, you know what, you're going to have to wait some more. It's just not, you can't do that. And even though they can afford to put it out there, this was a program we set up, and we didn't say, if you can afford it, don't apply for it.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, how many people applied 3 years ago and didn't get it? Are we talking about the entire expenditure? I don't know.
No, but like Dave said, the majority was in South Nags Head, and that's why I'm standing up here thinking, here we are. We used to tell these people in South Nags Head, sorry, you don't have enough beach for us to put you in our sand fence program. And today at least we can say, yeah, we have plenty of beach, and you need to buy your own sand fence now, so, I mean.
I think everybody needs to be, all the citizens need to be treated the same.
Mm-hmm.
If people have applied for sand fence and haven't gotten it, I think they need to get it. This is money that comes out of the fund from the county. Everybody pays the same tax rate on the county. Everybody pays the same tax rate in Nags Head, with the exception of the municipal service district. But while I appreciate your thought, we want the sand to go where it needs to go, but I just don't believe in discriminating against people that have applied and just been told no, no, no. And we're getting ready to appropriate more money into a program, and they still not get it. I just don't think that's right. It's their money too.
I understand it's their money too, but if they're waiting on the town to put up sand fence in front of their dune, I'm sorry, but I wouldn't do that if I was them. I think those are funds that we need to use where the town can best use them, where they protect all the town and not just the oceanfront properties.
I honestly think we can do both.
Yeah, I do too. I think with this amount of money, I think we can do both. I think we can protect what we need to protect, and plus give everybody their sand fence. I really do. I think we can do both.
Is there consensus on the board for the priorities, though? Y'all definitely want to see the people that have requested it?
I'm comfortable.
Past request, not new.
Past request first is the priority that you want to go on. Further discussion, y'all? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Aye. The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next on my list is stormwater. Let's see. You've got before you a request for an expenditure to the next phase of the Vista Colony project. The board made it clear at the last meeting that before we move forward with other projects, we need to make sure that we've done completed the work in Vista Colony and Nags Head Acres. To date, we're still under the approved budget amount for getting these projects done. The reason that I keep bringing these projects before you is that at some point, I'm going to have to ask you to, if we continue to appropriate new money, but to date, this, if you approve going forward with this project, we'll still be under the $200,000 that was budgeted for stormwater projects in this current fiscal year. The reason that I need to get your approval on this project is because you designated $125,000 of that $200,000 towards the next phase of the Nags Head Acres project. This is outside of that designation, so while it wasn't a budgeted project per se, it's still not how you initially appropriated the funds. You'll see this project is what we've gotten the authority to be able to do. The scope of services here in front of you, the $8,805, which of those 7 tasks you'll find in the overall project budget amount. What this does is it puts 6 ground lowering wells in the northwest section of Vista Colony. It pumps down the groundwater to make capacity to supplement what we put in this last fiscal year. It creates capacity for stormwater. What we've done to date handles a 10-year storm. This just adds to that volume of stormwater that it'll hold. We had to get a variance and an exemption. Both of those are in your packet. Both came from DWQ for the wells and also for the discharge. Can you go to the overall budget? All of those tasks that were in the abyssal scope of service are incorporated into this amount. Apologize. I wanted to tell you what's been spent to date. It's what I'm asking you to approve is not that full 66,000 because some of that's already been expended for the planning of this. I can't get this to come up. Here we go. I apologize, it's coming. If you'll look there, the $2,000, or item number 2, one of those, that's been paid for. If you look down, the design, engineering, and permitting, that's all been taken care of. Obviously, we've got the permit to be able to do this, so that expenditure has been paid. So the total that we're asking to go forward with this, let's see if I could.
So 21,720
Yes,
has been spent already?
Right, so it's roughly additional $40,000 to $45,000 to complete this project. And again, it's budgeted. The money is available, but it wasn't specifically earmarked for this. What it was specifically earmarked for was the continuation of the water out of the southeast corner of Nags Head Acres. We are working with David Ryan to, as I've told you in the past, and hopefully I'll be back in December to get you to fund that project, which again will be under the $200,000. But what we're proposing to do in meeting with DOT tomorrow to continue this is to get the culvert under Barn Street so that we can, on the bypass, so that we can take that, instead of sending that pipe all the way to Blue Jay, send it down beside Ace Hardware on Barn Street and out to the DOT right away, which we estimate that to be about $45,000. So together, these 2 projects will come under that 125. Also, what I'll be coming, the projects I'll plan to bring before you at your December 5th meeting We've met with some of the issue, and that's, again, in the southeast corner, is that we feel like if the pipe that we've all talked about that's lower than the 18 inches lower than the outfall on the bypass, it's 30-year-old pipe. We're looking at running an additional pipe to provide more flow from that area. It would be a new pipe kind of to the north of this. We'd bring back Nags Head Pond. The survey did indicate that there's the potential to create some outflow from Nags Head Pond over to the out under the bypass, and then of course we'll bring back the cost of replacing that culvert between just south of Nags Head Realty. So I apologize for going around my elbow to get to the point here that we're asking you to allow us to continue and authorize this project for the groundwater and ground lowering project.
Quick question, which outfall will this direct the water to? Is it all still going to Concrete?
No, this groundwater lowering is discharging back underground in Nags Head Woods.
Okay, but the culvert that you talked,
It will ultimately, that drainage from Nags Head Acres and along Meekins on in Vista Colony will flow to the Conch Street outfall. But it will flow some in the right-of-way to the north, but the primary outfall, eventually it gets to the Conch Street outfall. But it just gets it in that right-of-way. It gets it in a drainage system, whereas right now it's not.
Can you tell me once again why this $8,800 is out of the scope? You need approval for this expenditure because it's...
That 8,800 is all, each one of those figures are in the budget. They're all indicated in that budget. So that $8,800 is part of that $6,600 budget.
66,000.
Excuse me, 66,000, big difference. But that's just the contract. That's just to show you the scope of service. If you approve this, then you're authorizing me to sign that contract, but again, not expending more than what I put in front of you.
Kim?
I just wanted to clarify. These costs get charged to contracted services and stormwater, but because they're part of a project, they end up getting capitalized. Because the board typically approves capital in the budget, you approve this as a capital project designated towards one location and place, so that's why it's coming back to you.
Okay.
With any other kind of contract services, it wouldn't. It would be within the budget amount, but this is a little different.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
I see, a second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously.
I'm going to ask Kim to finish the rest of my agenda.
That was a bit too much information for what you needed, Cliff.
So are we.
But better too much than not enough.
I'll get this one right. I'll try. I just need to make you aware that starting in January, we're going to have a new videographer. Bob Boyer won't be with us. He's got this meeting and one in December. So we will be going out, seeking a new one. But he's got at least one more meeting. But I did just need to make you aware that if we don't have a mid-month, you'll probably only see him one more time before he goes down to the islands, and who knows what happens after that.
So if we don't get a replacement for him, we don't meet anymore, is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
Are you going to the islands?
Yes.
Good for you.
Sunday.
Good for you.
And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Y'all, we've got Commissioner's agenda, Mayor's agenda, and then probably a brief closed session. Does the board want to break for lunch? Do you want to keep pushing on?
Oh, we stayed this long, I just say move on
I
and
was
get
going
out.
to say.
I'm with you.
You waited
I
till...
was asking courteously. I can hear stomach
It's
starting to
courteously at
growl.
12:30, not 1:30.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it earlier.
Well, it's 1:30, Bob.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I hear us pushing on then. Board of Commissioners agenda. Mayor Pro Tem?
I attended a meeting for you of the Colony Ridge. I'll let Cliff, and then I'll add my opinion to what went on when he's done.
We didn't get much done. We expressed some frustration in that we've come to those meetings. The board was asked to make a decision about relinquishing the 18 HA beds. However, we didn't have anyone at the meeting that could address any of the questions that the board had posed and that some of the committee members had posed. Follow up to that, Mr. Uzell indicated that he was going to try and find other means to get those non-private beds, so he's asked the board to put that request on hold for at least 90 days. It was a very quick meeting. We've asked for representation from Colony Ridge to be at our meetings that may have a little more information than those that are presently there. I will say that the administrator and the staff of Colony Ridge, and we are experiencing a wonderful working relationship with them. This is in no way meant to disparage them in any way, but we need some decision makers at the table to tell us about the process for the rehab of the building, to talk about the services that they provide, and so we express that frustration up the chain.
The administration over there doesn't give a fiddler's damn about what we think. And you know, I would recommend a very strong letter go out to him and say, you know, we're not going to meet with you anymore until you have some decent representation that can give us some answers. That would probably suit him just fine. It probably would. Well, he's already, he already said, well, I'm going to put a stop, and since you all won't give me a decision, I'm only going to put a stop work order on what I'm done so far. Give me a break. You know, he's already in violation of his contract with us, or they're in violation of it. You know, don't waste my time by keep on assigning these meetings and getting nothing accomplished. It doesn't serve a purpose for anybody. And that being said, you know, the frustration factor to those people that attend those meetings. I mean, again, I just went on your behest and went over and just, you know, I just couldn't believe it. They're nice people, you know. They give you milk and cookies and lip service, and that's it. That being that, I want to address the Veterans Day ceremony that's going to be held Monday.
May I ask one follow-up question on Colony Ridge?
Sure.
Did we get some feedback from Social Services and Jay Burris? Did they have a comment on these beds?
Jay's question was, the question he thought we ought to be asking is, what happens to the licensure of those 18 HA beds? And it's 9 rooms, but he was going to just relinquish that assisted living and put it all part of the skilled nursing facility and make them private. There's 60 people. There's 124 beds, not counting the HA beds, so the census can more than handle less beds. He felt that it was okay, but the question needs to be asked to the Department of Health Safety Regulations, and I'm going through that process, but since he put it on hold, I've kind of done the same. But Social Services felt like it was okay, you know, that they could go along with it. They didn't have any real heartburn with it.
And the concern was whether or not, if we did this way, could they be turned back, or did we lose any authority on the type of beds? And the answer is no, according to them. So that's, I mean, if they change it, and they can change it back, it's not an issue. That was the concern before we went to the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like that in writing, you know.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to, when I go to a meeting, I'd like to be able to sit across the table from somebody and look at them in the eye, instead of, you know, saying, well, we're not going to give you the decision, you know, we'll get back to you, or we won't get back to you. And that's what they're doing.
Well, unfortunately, I think the local people that work there care very much.
Absolutely.
And then you deal with the middleman, or the middle management, and unfortunately, only Mr. Uzel can answer the questions.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Should we just go ahead and deny the request until we get the information and then reconsider it if and when we ever get the information?
I think the request has been withdrawn at this point. Is that
It hadn't been withdrawn in writing, and was submitted to us in writing. So technically, it's still on the table.
I don't know that it improves the relationship or accomplishes anything, is my only concern.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think there is an improvement to the relationship, because you're not going to get the answers to what you want. Commissioner O'Malley, or Mayor Pro Tem, attending the meeting, that's only going to be, his frustration is only going to be exacerbated, because that's going to be the time, that's going to be the way it is all the time. You're right about the people that work there. They care very, very deeply. But corporate is not here, and they really, this is no more than the same thing it's been for the past 15 years of stonewalling.
And what I mean, really and truthfully, the board has gone out of its way to help them, and we really have. And forget it, if they're not appreciative or anything, that's fine, that's all well and good, but we need to expound on getting a relationship with this organization that we're supposed to be, I mean, that's all we're asking this guy is to come down and talk to us, but, but we can't even get that. So it's kind of like we don't exist. And that's the frustration factor, and we've worked hard at it. And I think we should keep on working hard at it. But I don't know how to get him to the table, or how to get these people.
Well, I think it's kind of like a fight with a bully. Once he pushes you, you don't necessarily push back. That's all I'm.
Yeah, I guess you're telling that to the wrong person.
Well, and no matter what it takes to continue the relationship, we have to remember that it's not about us and not about Mr. Ezell. It's about the patients in our community. So.
But, Susie, on that very note, and that is one of the reasons I was opposed way back to continuing relationship, you can only make something work if both sides are willing to meet at least halfway. And management, over local management and the local caregivers, go 80%. When you can't get corporate to even listen to you, you're not getting anywhere. You're getting nowhere. You're spinning your tires. And we're going to, I'm hoping I'm wrong, but we're going to wind up in the same position, beating on their door. They haven't completed the renovations that they signed that they were going to. They haven't done this. So where are you then? The time is, and I agree with Renee, they made a request. We said, give us some information. They don't even show up. So we just write them back and say, your request is denied until we can have further meeting and get the information that we desired. You can't just, in my opinion, you just can't just hang out there kowtowing to this corporate America that is paying no attention to what they have here in our community. And I think we've done more than what we probably should have in order to keep the place going. Are they treating our residents the way they should be? Yes, because of the people locally that are working there, not because of the ownership of the nursing facility. So that's the way I feel.
I think it would be wrong to say that we haven't made progress, though, because there has been progress on the building.
Yeah, we have a new roof.
We have a new roof. We have a new hall that's completely been redone, and they are starting on the next one.
And they pay no rent.
So there is some we made the no rent deal. That's on us.
I just wish they'd keep their end of it up, though. And
I think we'll be in somewhat of a stronger position if at the end of the 18 months that the lease says that work has or has not been done.
Yeah. I'll offer a suggestion to address Renee's concern is that, he asked that we table this, perhaps a letter from you stating that we acknowledge his request and we are willing to wait 90 days. Then there's something in writing without us, necessarily needing to make a motion to deny.
Because what it sounded like to me was he was looking for a different way to do the same thing.
But I actually went there the first time last week since my mom passed because it was hard to go in. But they are making progress. Mm-hmm. It's slow. It's not, as expeditious as we would like, but they are making progress. The work that they have done, looks very good. It's a definite improvement, and I'm sure that improves the community view when they walk into the refurbished areas, and I'm sure it improves, the staff morale, knowing that work is being done. So it's going to require a little bit of patience on our part, and I think at the end of when the renovations are supposed to be completed, as you said, at that point, if they're not done, we have a little more leverage, perhaps.
Is that an acceptable response, Jill?
Yeah, that's good.
A note back to him. Okay. Sorry, Doug, I didn't mean to.
No problem.
I didn't mean to ask that question.
I was there for you. I told you probably said the wrong one. Our annual Veterans Day ceremony will be Monday at 11 a.m. Looking forward to that. Just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware that the ceremony will be going on. I would like you all to remember Rick Lawrence's family in your prayers because he's going through a very difficult time with his daughter-in-law, and she's very, very sick. So, you know, I'm hoping that Pastor Lawrence can be there, but we certainly will understand if he cannot. And I guess these are the two things. I guess that's it, Mayor. That's all I'll have.
Thank you
I
very
will
much.
take care of I will MC the Veterans Day ceremony Monday.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Walter? Mr. Coon?
Just a couple things. I'd like to again thank all the staff for all the hard work they did during the Hurricane Sandy. All departments, from public safety to public works to administration and admin services for making sure that they got funded and got fed. So thanks to everybody. The other thing I have is there were a lot of blogs that posted pictures of a failed beach nourishment project that were taken during the storm. I'd like to remind everybody that blogs represent opinions, not facts. And that contrary to what goes out, the beach was never meant to stop the water. The beach was meant to absorb the impacts of the ocean before it damaged all the structures behind it. And I had sent some pictures to Roberta, but she didn't get them. I don't know what happened to the email, but if anybody wants to see what the beach looked like after the storm, is go to Outer Banks Voice. They've got some good photos on their site. I'd almost encourage Mr. Midget to look at that site rather than just post the ones of what occurs during the storm. But I would congratulate Outer Banks Voice for not presenting just part of the picture, but presenting before, during, and after. Thank you very much. But it's a shame that people look at blogs and think that that's fact. It's opinion.
Yeah.
And so I would just ask that people look at that. What do I have? Oh, the other thing I'd like for us to think about in light of Hurricane Sandy are the lessons that are going to come out of it, not just for our coast, but the other coast along the Atlantic Ocean. And we keep hearing that this is a 100-year event. Well, 100-year events seem to be happening every 2 years. So we need to start taking a look at that. We've adopted certain practices that have helped us build better, but there may be other things that come out of this, such as not just 1 foot of freeboard, but 2 feet of freeboard or 3 feet of freeboard that would not only save our taxpayers money, but would also lead to better building practices and safer structures. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Sapp?
It's funny, tagging on to what Renee said, the Gary Perry, who's been a longtime resident of Kitty Hawk, we were talking at the Planning Tourism Board yesterday, and we were talking about how the media picks up on favorite words that seem to have evolved in the past, well, since Isabel, like storm events. You know, we're having a storm event now. And we were talking about, you know, back 40 years ago, you had a northeaster, 50, 60 miles an hour, and that's what it was an old nor'easter. So now it's storm events, and I really think it's become a popular phrase. So the marathon, Cliff, are we ready? I can't believe it is Veterans Day weekend, and they are going to be running.
We're ready.
We're ready.
We are. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. And I think the weather is forecast to be really great for all those folks. And I believe there's a large amount of participants again this year.
I haven't heard the numbers, but I think you're right, and we're looking at 60 degrees this weekend, I think.
Yeah. There might be a little water needed out there
65.
along the highway.
It'll be warm for running.
The only thing I wanted to touch on is pretty much what we've been talking about all morning, is what saved us in this event, what other beach towns didn't have. And I had emailed Cliff some time ago to find out something. I hope you're prepared. Several people, and let me just back up and say, I did attend, as Doug did and the mayor, the ceremony for the dedication of the second bridge in Collington to Sergeant Earl Murray, and that was just a neat presentation. Mr. Jennings and others unveiled the new sign. If you haven't been down there, go look, because it means something. At that ceremony afterwards, I had a chance to talk to a couple of people, or actually they came up to me and they were talking about beach nourishment, and they were not from Nags Head. They were from Kill Devil Hills and Kitty Hawk, and they're telling me that so many people are on board to push the representatives to do something about getting the sand up there like it is here. And we started talking about that wonderful tax that we had, that 1 cent sales tax, that was in existence for about 6 months, raised $6 million. And I asked Cliff, okay, and I explained to several people, and a few in South Nags Head, it's not something the county can do, like other things like the land transfer tax. This is something that has to be legislatively done. So I did ask Cliff, would you find out and let the public know what would have to be in place for Raleigh to even consider allowing us to replace a sales tax that we voted to have removed? Did you get all your answers?
I think it would take a local legislation approved by entire General Assembly to get that reenacted. When that was put into place, there was no provision to keep it from being repealed, and that's how the campaign mounted the ability for those signatures to have it removed. But it would take, much like any other local legislation, the ability to impose that 1 cent sales tax.
And would that be started by petition, or does it have to be through our local representatives?
Local representative would have to take it forward.
Mm-hmm. So there you have it, public. That's how we can start this process, or, you know, just go along and pay for your own sand like Nags Head is currently doing. That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. I've only got one thing, and that's the the Cottage Road District sign. We sent out a letter asking for feedback from the property owners in that area, and we got, I think, 2 notes back that I've shared with everybody through all mayor commissioners. They appeared very positive to me, and I don't think we've gotten any objections. Would like to ask the board if it's okay to go ahead and move forward with that.
All right, Mayor, first of all, let me say I really appreciate what you did, and I was very appreciative of particularly Burton Jones's reply. And if you go forward with this, are we going to make sure that those designations points, the beginning and the end, kind of coincide with what his suggestion?
He had a good suggestion with how to title it. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, that, and he
Location,
said...
I think.
Oh, location, yes.
I'm talking about the location. His recollection is that it began at whatever it was, 3,900 or 4,200, whatever, and ended at so-and-so. I just don't want to include, like I have someone's writing a book on the, Cottage Road. She thought that we were. And I said, no, it's not. And there is some thinking out there that it extends further north than it actually does. So I want us to be sure that we place those signs where they historically need to be.
Absolutely.
So, do we know? where they need to be.
Well, I think we'll take Burton's suggestions.
Okay.
He's a very knowledgeable man in that regard.
I think he is correct.
So consensus from the board? I hear consensus.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. We did have a request to go into closed session for two purposes. One's to confer with the town attorney regarding the Osborne B of A case. That's GS 143-318.11A3. And then a request to consider an honorarium for our Employee of the Year award. That's in accordance with GS 143-318.11A parentheses 2. And I'll make that motion.
And Mr. Mayor, also, with respect to the conferring with the attorney, I would like to also add the on-trading corporation appeal from the Board of Adjustments, the town versus Birch, and the town versus the Fishers and others condemnation cases.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. We're going to go into a closed session. We're going to come back into our open session, and I'm going to ask our attorney, Mr. Lighty, to report out from the closed session.
Thank you very much. The board did discuss the various litigation matters that they went into closed session to discuss with the town attorney, and did give a direction to the town attorney in one matter. The board also discussed an honorarium matter, but no other actions were taken.
Thank you, sir. Our next scheduled meeting is at 7 o'clock on Wednesday, November the 21st, 7 o'clock in the evening, and we're going to stand in recess. Oh.
I will not be at that meeting. I have CRC that week, so are we going to have a mid-month meeting?
That's the night before Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's the night before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I think we're just going to adjourn then.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, ma'am. All in favor? All opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. We're adjourned. Thank you.
My in-laws, thank you.